The Endurance Expedition, Ernest Shackleton's battle against Antarctica in the far south of the world, where the sea can freeze into a solid white plain and winter darkness can last for months. There was once a ship called Endurance. She was not a large ship by modern standards. She was wooden, carefully built, and designed for the cold. Yet in 1914, she carried 28 men toward one of the most remote places on Earth. Their leader was Sir Ernest Shackleton. Shackleton had already become famous for Antarctic exploration, but this expedition was different. He did not simply want to reach the South Pole. His new ambition was even larger, to cross the Antarctic continent from one coast to the other, traveling on foot across thousands of miles of frozen wilderness. At the beginning, the plan seemed almost impossible. What happened next would become one of the most remarkable survival stories in the history of exploration. The expedition would lose its ship, it would lose its route, it would lose contact with civilization. For months, the men would live on drifting sea ice, watching the Antarctic landscape move slowly around them. And eventually, Shackleton would have to lead a small group across one of the roughest stretches of ocean on Earth in an open lifeboat, searching for help. But for now, the story begins quietly. It begins in England, in a world that was about to change forever. It was the summer of 1914 across Europe. Governments were becoming increasingly nervous. Political tensions had been building for years, and by August, the continent was moving toward war. Ernest Shackleton, however, was thinking about Antarctica. He had spent much of his adult life fascinated by the polar regions. Antarctica was still one of the least understood places on Earth. Large portions of the continent had never been crossed by humans. Its interior was hidden beneath enormous sheets of ice, and its coastline was broken by glaciers, mountains, cliffs, and frozen seas. The South Pole had already been reached. Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen had accomplished that extraordinary feat in 1911, defeating the British expedition led by Robert Falcon Scott. For Shackleton, the age of simply reaching the pole was beginning to pass. He wanted another challenge. He wanted to cross the entire continent. His plan was ambitious. A ship would carry his expedition to the Weddell Sea, on the eastern side of the Antarctic Peninsula. From there, Shackleton and a small group would travel overland toward the South Pole, continue across the polar plateau, and eventually descend toward the Ross Sea on the opposite side. Another team would approach from the Ross Sea and establish supply depots along the route. If everything went according to plan, the expedition would become the first successful crossing of Antarctica. It was a journey measured not in hundreds of miles, but in distance that could disappear beneath snow, ice, fog, and endless white horizons. Shackleton understood the risks. Antarctica was not simply cold. It was an environment capable of making ordinary mistakes fatal. Temperatures could fall far below zero. Winds could become violent. Snow could conceal crevasses deep enough to swallow a person. Sea ice could close around a ship and hold it for months, and there was another danger: distance. Once the expedition entered Antarctica, there would be no nearby town, no road, no hospital, no telephone line, and no easy way home. Everything had to be carried, planned, repaired, and protected. The men would have to depend on one another. Shackleton selected his crew carefully. Among them were sailors, scientists, engineers, doctors, carpenters, photographers, navigators, and experienced polar travelers. One of the most important members was Frank Hurley, an Australian photographer whose images would later become some of the most famous photographs of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. There was also Frank Worsley, an exceptionally skilled sailor and navigator who would become crucial to the expedition's survival. And there was James Francis "Frank" Wild, an experienced polar explorer who had already traveled with Shackleton. The expedition also included a doctor, Alexander Macklin, and a surgeon, James McIlroy. The men brought supplies, sledging equipment, scientific instruments, clothing, food, fuel, tents, tools, and several boats. They also brought dogs. The dogs would pull sledges across the Antarctic ice, and their strength would become an important part of the expedition. The ship itself was extraordinary. Originally called Polaris, she had been built in Norway and designed specifically for Arctic conditions. Her hull was exceptionally strong, Her wooden construction was intended to withstand pressure from ice. Shackleton renamed her Endurance, after the family motto, "By endurance we conquer." It was a fitting name. None of the men could have known how literally that motto would describe their future. In August 1914, the Endurance left England. Europe was entering the First World War. Shackleton and his men were heading south while armies were mobilizing across Europe. At one point, Shackleton even offered the expedition and its resources to the British government. The answer was essentially that the expedition should continue. The world had entered a new and dangerous era. The Endurance sailed south. The journey took the crew through the Atlantic, around the southern tip of South America and toward the Antarctic waters. As the ship moved farther south, the temperature dropped. The sea changed. Floating pieces of ice began appearing around the vessel. At first, the ice was small. Then it became larger. Soon the men were sailing through fields of floating ice. The Antarctic summer was still underway, but the Southern Ocean was already beginning to show its power. On October 26, 1914, the Endurance left South Georgia. The island would be the last place of civilization the men would see for a very long time. They sailed south toward the Weddell Sea. The crew knew that the sea ice could be unpredictable. Some years offered relatively open water. Other years brought enormous fields of ice that could stop ships completely. In 1915, the Weddell Sea was particularly difficult. As the Endurance pushed south, the ice became thicker. The ship slowed. The men waited, then they moved again. Every mile mattered, every day mattered. The expedition was trying to reach the planned landing point before winter made the journey impossible. But Antarctica had its own timetable. By January 1915, the Endurance was surrounded by ice. At first, Shackleton remained hopeful. The ship was strong. The crew was experienced. The ice might open. But the ice did not open. Instead, it tightened. The great sheets of sea ice began pressing against the hull. The Endurance was trapped. For the men aboard her, the expedition had suddenly changed. They were no longer simply traveling toward Antarctica. They were now waiting for Antarctica to decide what would happen to them. The ship could not move forward. It could not move backward. The men began settling into a strange routine. They exercised the dogs. They conducted scientific observations. They maintained equipment. They cooked meals. They read. They talked. They worked. They waited. Outside, the Antarctic landscape stretched endlessly in every direction. The sun remained above the horizon for long periods because it was still the Antarctic summer. But the men knew what was coming: winter. As temperatures dropped, the surrounding water froze more firmly. The Endurance became part of the ice. The ship that had been designed to carry them across Antarctica was now locked inside a frozen sea. Still, Shackleton tried to keep the expedition's spirit alive. He understood something important about survival. A group could endure terrible physical conditions if the people inside it remained mentally organized. So the men maintained routines. Meals were taken regularly. Work continued. The dogs were exercised. Scientific observations were recorded. The men played games and talked. Frank Hurley photographed the ship and the surrounding ice. His camera captured a world that looked almost unreal. The Endurance stood against the white landscape, her dark wooden hull surrounded by frozen sea. At night, the sky could become filled with stars. The southern hemisphere offered constellations unfamiliar to many of the men. The air was so clear that distant objects could appear strangely close. But beneath this beauty was danger. The ice was moving. It shifted slowly under pressure from wind, ocean currents, and temperature. The men could hear it. Sometimes the ice cracked, sometimes it groaned. Sometimes huge pressure ridges formed around the ship. The Endurance was no longer simply resting on the sea, she was being squeezed. Shackleton watched carefully. The crew continued their work. Then, as the months passed, the Antarctic winter arrived. The world became darker. The temperature fell. The ship's position became more isolated. The men had expected hardship. But they had not expected to spend an entire winter trapped in the Weddell Sea. Their original plan was already disappearing. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the expedition's real story was beginning. The crossing of Antarctica was no longer the most important goal. Survival was. Outside the ship, the ice continued its slow movement. Inside, 28 men waited. They did not yet know that the Endurance would never carry them to the Antarctic continent. They did not yet know that they would eventually abandon her. They did not yet know that their journey home would become far more difficult than the journey south. For the moment, they simply lived with the ice, day after day, night after night. And beneath their feet, the frozen sea continued to move. The Endurance had entered the Antarctic wilderness, and the wilderness was beginning to close around her. The men aboard the Endurance gradually became accustomed to a life that no longer followed the ordinary rhythm of the outside world. There were no streets, no newspapers, no passing ships, no distant lights from a town. There was only the ship, the ice, the dogs, and the enormous Antarctic sky. Winter settled over the Weddell Sea. The days became darker and the temperature continued to fall. The Endurance remained trapped. At times, the ice seemed almost peaceful. The surface around the ship stretched away in every direction, smooth and pale beneath the low southern light. The men could walk across it, exercise the dogs, and inspect the frozen landscape. But the quiet surface concealed enormous forces. The sea ice was never truly still. It moved slowly, sometimes only a little, and sometimes with surprising violence. When the pressure increased, the ice could rise into ridges several feet high. Huge blocks were pushed against one another, creating walls and mounds around the ship. The crew could hear the ice grinding. It sounded almost like distant thunder. Inside the Endurance, the men continued their daily routines. Meals became especially important. Food was not simply fuel. It was part of the rhythm that kept the expedition organized. The men ate carefully measured portions of meat, biscuits, preserved foods, and other supplies. The dogs received their own rations. The expedition had been planned for a long journey, but Shackleton understood that supplies had to be protected. Nobody knew how long the ice would hold them. Nobody knew when the ship would be free. Nobody knew whether the original plan would ever become possible. Frank Hurley continued taking photographs. For Hurley, the trapped ship was an extraordinary subject. The Endurance looked almost like a small wooden island in a frozen ocean. Its masts rose into the pale sky. Its rigging stretched above the deck. Snow gathered around the hull. The dogs moved across the ice below. The photographs captured the strange beauty of the place. But Hurley also understood that his photographs might become an important record. If the expedition succeeded, they would tell the story of a difficult journey. If something went wrong, they might become evidence of what had happened. The men tried not to think too much about that possibility. Instead, they worked. They repaired equipment. They cared for the dogs. They studied weather conditions. They took scientific measurements. They maintained the ship. And they waited. The Antarctic winter was not simply cold, it was dark. As the sun disappeared farther below the horizon, the men experienced long periods when the landscape was illuminated only by moonlight, stars, lamps, and the faint glow of the southern sky. There were moments when the world seemed almost silent. The men could stand outside the ship and see their breath freezing in the air. The cold affected everything. Metal became difficult to handle, clothing became stiff, water froze rapidly, small mistakes became dangerous. Yet the crew adapted. Human beings have an extraordinary ability to adjust to difficult environments when they are given enough time. The men learned where the snow was safe to walk. They learned how to protect their hands. They learned how to recognize changes in the ice. They learned the personalities of the dogs, and they learned the moods of one another. That last lesson mattered perhaps more than anything else. 28 men living together in extreme isolation could easily become divided. Shackleton knew this. He watched his crew carefully. He encouraged humor. He encouraged work. He tried to prevent arguments from becoming serious. He understood that survival was not only a physical problem, it was a human problem. A man who became frightened could spread fear. A man who became hopeless could affect everyone around him. A man who felt useless could become difficult to manage. So Shackleton gave people responsibilities. Everyone had a job. Everyone had a reason to get up in the morning. Even the dogs had a role. The animals were exercised regularly, and their presence brought energy to the frozen camp. Some of the dogs became favorites among the men. They were powerful animals, capable of pulling heavy loads across snow and ice. But they were also companions. Their barking and movement brought life to the otherwise quiet world. As winter continued, the ice surrounding the Endurance began to change. The ship was no longer simply frozen in place. The ice was pressing against her. The pressure increased. The men watched the hull. They listened for unusual sounds. Shackleton understood that a wooden ship could survive pressure for a while, but there was a limit. The Endurance had been built to withstand ice. Yet no ship could remain indefinitely inside a moving Antarctic pressure system. Crews sometimes watched enormous blocks of ice rise around them. The ship creaked, would flex. The sounds grew more noticeable. Still, the Endurance remained intact for a while. That was enough. The men hoped that spring would bring relief. They imagined the ice breaking apart. They imagined open water. They imagined sailing north. But Antarctic seasons do not always behave according to human expectations. By the middle of 1915, the expedition had been trapped for months. The original schedule was gone. The planned landing was impossible. The crossing of Antarctica was no longer realistic. Shackleton gradually accepted that the expedition had become something else. The goal had changed. It was no longer about making a historic crossing. It was about getting 28 men home. That change in thinking was crucial. A leader who refused to accept reality could have destroyed the entire expedition. Shackleton did not give up on the journey. Instead, he changed the journey. He began preparing for possibilities that he had hoped would never become necessary. The men continued their observations. The ship remained their home, and the Antarctic winter slowly moved toward spring. Then came one of the most important periods in the entire expedition. The ice began to move with greater force. The pressure around the ship increased. The men could see enormous cracks appearing in the frozen surface. The ship was being squeezed from both sides. The Endurance groaned under the pressure. Wood splintered. The hull began to deform. The crew rushed to protect the vessel. Water entered the ship. Pumps were used continuously. Men worked for hours trying to save their home. They removed equipment, they moved supplies, they fought the water. But the Antarctic ice was stronger than their efforts. The ship could no longer be saved. For the men who had spent months living aboard her, the realization was devastating. The Endurance had been more than transportation. It had been their shelter, their kitchen, their sleeping quarters, their workshop, their laboratory, their protection from the Antarctic environment. Now the ice was taking it away. Shackleton finally made the decision. The ship had to be abandoned. The order was simple: leave the Endurance. Take what could be carried, prepare to survive on the ice. The men stepped onto the frozen sea. Behind them stood the ship that had brought them into Antarctica. She was damaged, trapped, and slowly sinking. The name Endurance remained visible on her stern. For a moment, the expedition stood beside her. Then the men turned away. Their home was gone. The wilderness was now their home. They established a camp on the sea ice. Tents were erected, supplies were arranged. The boats were placed nearby. Food was carefully divided, equipment was sorted. The men began another phase of the expedition. They had entered Antarctica aboard a ship. Now they would attempt to cross the frozen ocean without one. The ice beneath them was drifting. Their camp was moving with it. They did not know exactly where they were going. They could only watch the position of the sun, the stars, the ice, and their instruments. The Antarctic continent remained somewhere beyond the frozen horizon, but the men were not heading toward it anymore. They were trying to reach open water, and even that seemed impossibly far away. The days passed slowly. The men walked across the ice. They hauled boats and supplies. They exercised the dogs. They cooked. They repaired equipment. They slept inside tents while the wind moved outside. The world around them was almost completely white. Sometimes the horizon disappeared. Sometimes fog covered everything. Sometimes the ice was perfectly calm. At other times, cracks appeared without warning. The camp itself was temporary. The men knew it. They were standing on a frozen ocean that could break apart at any moment. Still, they maintained their routines. They had no choice. A calm routine was one of the few things they could control. Every evening when the men gathered inside their tents, they could hear the wind moving across the ice. The canvas walls trembled, the temperature fell. Outside, the dogs rested in the cold. Far away, beyond hundreds of miles of ice and ocean, civilization continued. But to the men of the Endurance, civilization might as well have been another planet. They had no radio connection to call for help. No aircraft could reach them. No rescue ship knew their exact location. They were alone. And yet slowly, a new hope began to appear. The ice was drifting. If they could remain alive long enough, perhaps it would eventually carry them toward open water. That possibility became their quiet strategy. They would wait. They would conserve strength. They would protect their supplies. And when the ice finally opened, they would launch the boats. For the moment, the men lived on a frozen sea. Their ship was gone. Their original expedition was over. But their journey home had only just begun. The camp remained on the drifting ice, and slowly the men learned to think of time in a different way. They no longer measured their progress by miles traveled. They measured it by weather, by food, by the condition of the ice, and by the position of the drifting camp. The Endurance had disappeared beneath the Antarctic ice, but the men still carried pieces of their old life with them. They had tents, they had boats, they had sledging equipment, they had food. They had scientific instruments, and perhaps most importantly, they still had one another. Shackleton knew that the expedition had entered a dangerous stage. The men could not remain on the ice forever. The drifting floe was carrying them through the Weddell Sea, and every day brought them closer to an uncertain future. If the ice remained solid, they could continue living on it. If it broke apart suddenly, they could be forced into the lifeboats without warning. The men therefore kept their boats ready. There were 3 of them. The largest was the James Caird. The other 2 were named Dudley Docker and Stancomb Wills. They were not ocean-going ships. They were small lifeboats. Yet these boats would eventually become the only connection between the stranded expedition and the possibility of rescue. For now, they remained on the ice. The men worked. They hunted seals when possible. Seal meat provided an important source of food, and the animals also provided fuel and other useful materials. Penguins were another occasional source of food. The Antarctic environment forced the men to use almost everything available. Nothing could be wasted. Their original provisions had been calculated for an expedition that would cross the continent. Now those provisions had to support the men through an entirely different journey. Every biscuit mattered. Every ounce of fuel mattered. Every piece of clothing mattered. Every tool mattered. Shackleton constantly thought about weight. If the men eventually had to drag their boats across the ice, they could not carry everything. Some objects had to be abandoned. This was painful. A scientific expedition naturally accumulates equipment. There were instruments, books, photographs, personal belongings, and other objects that had meaning to the men. But survival required decisions. Shackleton became increasingly strict about what could be carried. The men watched him closely. They understood what his decisions meant. The expedition had changed from exploration to survival, and survival demanded simplicity. One of the most remarkable examples of this occurred when Shackleton decided that certain personal possessions had to be left behind. Gold and other valuable objects had no practical value in the Antarctic. Food did, fuel did, warm clothing did, navigation equipment did. The men had to think differently about what was valuable. A small piece of chocolate could be worth more than money. A dry pair of socks could be more important than a treasured possession. A working compass could mean the difference between finding land and disappearing into the ocean. The drifting camp continued south and west with the movement of the ice. The men sometimes hoped that the ice would carry them toward open water, but the movement was unpredictable. They could not simply steer the ice. They were passengers. The Antarctic environment was deciding their direction. Months passed. The weather changed. The days gradually became brighter. The darkness of winter was fading. Spring was returning to the southern hemisphere. This should have brought hope. Instead, it brought a new problem. As temperatures rose, the sea ice became less reliable. The surface that had supported their camp for months began to weaken. Cracks appeared, pools of water formed. The men could no longer assume that the ice beneath their feet would remain solid. The boats were prepared, supplies were packed. The men waited. Then, in October 1915, the pressure around the camp increased. The ice began breaking apart. Huge pieces moved against one another. The men watched as their temporary world fractured. There was no dramatic signal announcing the end. The change came through small signs, a crack here, a movement there. A distant rumble, then suddenly the cracks became larger. The men knew they had to act. They loaded the boats. They gathered supplies. They prepared for the open water. The ice beneath them was no longer a safe place. The 3 boats were lowered onto the water. The men climbed aboard. For the first time in many months, they were moving by sea again. But this was not the voyage they had imagined when they left England. The boats were surrounded by ice. The water was freezing. Waves moved between the floes. The men could not simply sail north. They had to search for openings. They pulled the boats across ice when necessary. Then they returned them to the water. The process was exhausting. The boats were heavy. The men were tired. Their clothing was often wet. The cold penetrated everything. Still, the boats represented freedom. They were no longer trapped inside a ship. They were no longer completely dependent on the movement of the ice. They could steer, they could row, they could sail when conditions allowed, but the sea was brutal. The men were forced to sleep in cramped spaces. The boats were constantly wet. Spray froze on clothing and equipment. The temperature dropped at night. Their hands became numb. Their bodies were already weakened by months of hardship, and they were still far from land. The goal was Elephant Island. It was one of the South Shetland Islands, far north of the Antarctic Peninsula. Elephant Island was not their original destination. It had never been part of Shackleton's plan. But at this stage, plans were less important than survival. If they could reach land, they could finally escape the drifting sea ice. For days, the men traveled in the lifeboats. They rowed, they sailed, they waited, they navigated. Frank Worsley studied the sea and sky, trying to determine their position. Navigation in those conditions was extraordinarily difficult. Clouds could hide the sun. Fog could obscure the horizon. The waves could make observations dangerous. A mistake of only a few degrees could send the boats far away from their intended destination. The men depended heavily on Worsley's skill. He had to calculate their position using limited information. The ocean offered almost no landmarks. There were no buoys, no lighthouses, no radio signals, no visible coastline. Only water, ice, sky, and the occasional glimpse of land in the distance. Eventually, Elephant Island appeared. For the men, the sight was almost unbelievable. Land, solid ground, something that did not move beneath their feet. The boats approached the shore. The men stepped onto the beach. After months on ice, the feeling of standing on rock must have been extraordinary. But their relief was mixed with disappointment. Elephant Island was remote. It was cold, it was exposed. There was no settlement, no permanent shelter, no passing ships. The island was not connected to the outside world. It was simply a place where they could stand. Shackleton understood immediately that this was not the end of their ordeal. It was only the end of one stage. The men established a camp on the island. 2 of the lifeboats were used to create shelter. The third, the James Caird, would become the most important boat of all. Shackleton now faced a difficult decision. He could remain on Elephant Island with the entire crew and hope that a ship eventually passed nearby. But there was no reliable reason to believe that would happen. The island was rarely visited. The expedition's disappearance was not yet known. Nobody on the outside world knew exactly where the men were. Waiting could take months. The men might die before help arrived. Shackleton therefore decided on a bold plan. He would take a small group of men in the James Caird and sail across the Southern Ocean to South Georgia. South Georgia was hundreds of miles away. The exact distance was roughly 800 miles, depending on the route and starting point. The voyage would be made in a small open boat. There would be no modern navigation system, no engine, no reliable shelter, no way to call for help. The Southern Ocean was famous for enormous waves and violent weather, and the James Caird was only about 22 feet long. Shackleton selected 5 men to accompany him. Frank Worsley would navigate. Tom Crean would go. Frank Wild would remain behind to lead the men on Elephant Island. Harry McNish, the carpenter, would help strengthen and modify the boat. John Vincent and Timothy McCarthy would also join the voyage. 6 men in total, 6 men against the Southern Ocean. Before they left, McNish made important modifications to the James Caird. The small boat had to be made stronger. The men used available materials to reinforce it and make it more suitable for the long voyage. They did what they could with the limited resources available. The boat was not designed for what they were asking it to do, but it was their best chance. On Elephant Island, the remaining men prepared for a long wait. Shackleton gave Frank Wild responsibility for them. Wild understood the situation. He knew that the men needed routine. they needed work, they needed hope. Most importantly, they needed to believe that Shackleton would return. The 6 men prepared the James Caird. They loaded food, they loaded water. They loaded navigation equipment. They carried whatever fuel and supplies they could afford to spare. Every pound of weight mattered. The men on Elephant Island watched. They knew that the small boat was sailing toward an uncertain future. If Shackleton succeeded, rescue might become possible. If he failed, there would be little chance of anyone finding them. The departure was quiet. There was no grand ceremony, no crowd, no cheering. Only a small group of exhausted explorers preparing to leave a remote Antarctic island. The James Caird was pushed into the water. Shackleton and the 5 men climbed aboard. The sails were raised. The boat moved away from Elephant Island. The men left behind watched until the small vessel became difficult to see. Then it disappeared beyond the horizon. The 6 men were alone. Ahead lay hundreds of miles of open ocean. Behind them were 22 men waiting on a remote island. Between them and civilization was one of the most dangerous stretches of water on Earth. Frank Worsley held the navigation instruments. Shackleton watched the sea. The men adjusted the sails. The James Caird rose and fell over the waves. The Southern Ocean had begun the next chapter of their journey. And this time there would be no frozen camp to return to. There would be no second boat waiting nearby. There would be no easy rescue. Only a small wooden boat, 6 exhausted men, and an enormous ocean stretching toward South Georgia. As darkness came, the island disappeared completely. The men could no longer see where they had come from. They could only look ahead. And somewhere far beyond the horizon was the land that might save them. The James Caird disappeared into the darkness of the Southern Ocean. Behind the 6 men lay Elephant Island, where 22 exhausted explorers waited for a rescue that might never come. Ahead lay South Georgia. Between the two was a vast stretch of cold ocean. The men had no engine. They had no modern navigation equipment. They had only their sails, their compass, their sextant, their charts, their supplies, and the experience of Frank Worsley. The little boat rose and fell with the waves. Sometimes the sea was surprisingly calm. At other times, the James Caird was surrounded by enormous swells. The men had to remain alert. Water constantly entered the boat. They bailated out with whatever containers they could use. The cold was relentless. Their clothing became wet and stiff. Salt water covered their hands and faces. There was almost nowhere to escape the wind. The James Caird had been strengthened by Harry McNish, but it was still a small, open boat. Every wave reminded the men how vulnerable they were. Yet they kept moving. Shackleton understood that their greatest enemy was not necessarily a single enormous storm. It was exhaustion. The voyage demanded constant attention. Someone had to steer. Someone had to manage the sails. Someone had to navigate. Someone had to bail water. The men rotated responsibilities whenever possible. They slept in short periods. Even sleep was difficult. The boat moved constantly. The cold made rest uncomfortable. Their bodies had already been weakened by months of hardship on the ice. Still, they continued. Frank Worsley studied the sky whenever conditions allowed. He had to determine their position. The Southern Ocean offered almost no landmarks. Clouds could hide the sun. The horizon could disappear behind waves. At night, the stars might provide guidance, but clouds often covered them. The sextant was delicate. Using it from a small boat in rough seas required patience and remarkable skill. Worsley knew that a small navigational error could become disastrous. If they missed South Georgia, there was very little chance of survival. They could drift into empty ocean. The island was their target. Nothing else mattered. The men ate carefully. Their food was limited. Water was equally precious. They had to avoid unnecessary consumption because nobody knew exactly how long the voyage would take. The James Caird carried enough supplies for a planned journey, but weather could change everything. A storm could slow them. A damaged sail could slow them. A navigational mistake could add hundreds of miles. The men therefore lived by discipline, small portions, small sips, short periods of rest, long periods of work. The days passed. The ocean remained. Sometimes the waves became enormous. The James Caird climbed the face of a swell and then slid down the other side. From the top of one wave, the men could see a broad horizon. Then the boat would drop into a trough, and the world became walls of water. The men held on. They did not have the luxury of fear. Fear could exist, but work had to continue. Shackleton kept watch over the crew. He knew that morale mattered. A man who believed the journey was hopeless might stop functioning effectively. So Shackleton tried to keep the group focused on the next task. Not the next 100 miles, not the possibility of death, just the next task. Keep the boat moving, keep the water out, keep the sails working, keep warm, keep navigating, keep going. This simple rhythm became their world. Far away on Elephant Island, the men left behind were doing something similar. Frank Wild established routines. The men organized their shelter, they conserved food, they repaired clothing, they kept themselves busy, they waited. Wild understood that hope had to be treated almost like food. Too little and the men could collapse mentally. Too much and they could become careless. So he kept the men working. He told them to prepare for Shackleton's return. He believed that the James Caird would reach South Georgia, and that belief became important. Meanwhile, the 6 men at sea continued their journey. The weather changed constantly. At times, the wind was strong enough to push the little boat forward. At other times, the wind weakened. Then the men had to wait. Every hour mattered. Their supplies were limited, their bodies were tired. The island seemed impossibly far away. But gradually their position changed. Worsley continued taking observations. He calculated, he checked his figures, he made another calculation. Navigation was not a single act. It was a continuous process. Each observation could correct the previous one. Each new position helped determine the next course. The men trusted him. They had to. There was no alternative. The voyage continued. One night the weather became particularly difficult. The waves rose, the wind strengthened. The men struggled to keep the James Caird under control. The boat was battered by the sea, water entered faster. The men worked together to remove it. For hours they fought the ocean. Nobody knew how long the storm would last. But eventually the worst of it passed. The sea became somewhat calmer. The men were exhausted. Yet the boat was still afloat. That was enough. They continued. As the voyage progressed, their bodies suffered from exposure. Their hands were swollen and painful. Their clothes remained damp. Their skin was damaged by salt and cold. Their faces were worn from wind. But the men still had a destination, South Georgia. The name became almost like a prayer. South Georgia meant land. Land meant shelter. Shelter meant the possibility of food, warmth, and help. The island was also home to a whaling industry. If they could reach the island, they might find people. That possibility kept them moving. The men were now approaching the final part of the voyage. But reaching South Georgia would not automatically mean safety. They still had to find the island. And South Georgia was mountainous. Its coastline was difficult. Weather could make landing dangerous. The men did not know exactly where they would arrive. Worsley continued calculating their position. The James Caird sailed onward. Then, after days of uncertainty, something changed. The men saw land. At first, it was barely visible. A dark shape against the horizon. The men stared. Could it really be South Georgia? They waited. The shape became clearer. Mountains rose above the sea. South Georgia. They had found it. For the 6 men, the sight must have been almost impossible to describe. They had crossed hundreds of miles of ocean in a small lifeboat. They had survived storms, freezing temperatures, hunger, exhaustion, and uncertainty. Now land was beneath the horizon, but their voyage was not quite finished. The James Caird could not simply land anywhere. They needed a safe place. The coastline was rugged. The weather remained dangerous. They also needed to reach the whaling stations. Unfortunately, they had arrived on the wrong side of the island. The nearest whaling station was not directly accessible by an easy coastal route. The men had 2 choices. They could attempt to sail around the island, or they could cross the mountainous interior on foot. The sea journey had already pushed them to the limits of endurance. The interior route was almost completely unknown to them. But Shackleton eventually decided that crossing the island was the best option. The men landed. Their feet touched solid ground. For the first time in many months, they were truly on land. They rested. They ate. They examined themselves. They were exhausted. But they had survived the ocean. Now came another challenge. The island rose sharply from the coast. Snow and ice covered the mountains. Glaciers cut across the landscape. There were no roads, no marked trails, no easy route. Shackleton chose 2 men to accompany him, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley. The The three would attempt to cross the island. The other 3 men would remain at the landing site. The plan was simple in theory: walk across the mountains, reach the whaling station, get help, return for the others. In reality, it was an extremely difficult journey. The men had almost no proper mountaineering equipment. They had only limited supplies. They were exhausted from the boat journey. Yet they started, they climbed. The mountains of South Georgia were cold and steep. Snow covered much of the terrain. Glaciers created deep valleys and dangerous slopes. The men moved carefully. They had no map showing a safe route across the interior. They had to improvise. Shackleton later described moving through the mountains with a sense of uncertainty. The 3 men continued through the darkness. They did not have enough daylight to wait. They moved as quickly as their exhausted bodies allowed. Sometimes they climbed, sometimes they descended. Sometimes they had to cross snowfields, at other times they followed ridges. The men were tired beyond ordinary fatigue, but they had one advantage: they knew that people were somewhere on the other side. For months, civilization had been an idea, now it was a destination. They kept moving. At last, after crossing the mountains, they began hearing something unfamiliar, a sound. A distant whistle, the sound of machinery, the sound of human activity. They had reached the area of the whaling station. The men walked toward the sound, then they saw people, civilization. After so long in isolation, the sight of another human being must have seemed extraordinary. Shackleton approached. The men at the station could hardly believe what they were seeing. The explorers had been missing for an extraordinary length of time. Their appearance told its own story. They were exhausted, dirty, thin, and weather-beaten. But they were alive. Shackleton's first concern was not himself. It was the men on Elephant Island. He needed a ship, he needed rescue, he needed to return for the 22 men who were still waiting. The successful arrival at South Georgia, therefore, did not mark the end. It marked the beginning of another rescue operation. Shackleton had reached civilization, but the expedition was not over. Far away, on Elephant Island, 22 men were still living in makeshift shelters. They did not know exactly what had happened to the James Caird. They did not know whether Shackleton had reached South Georgia. They only knew that he had promised to return, so they waited day after day. The Antarctic winter was approaching again. Food supplies were limited. The island was cold. The men could not stay there indefinitely. Their survival depended on Shackleton's promise. And Shackleton, now standing among people at a remote whaling station, understood the weight of that promise. He had reached safety. But he could not rest. He had to go back. Shackleton had finally reached South Georgia, but there was no celebration that could last for long. The moment he learned that the men on Elephant Island were still waiting, his thoughts returned to them. 22 men, one remote island, a shrinking supply of food, and the beginning of another Antarctic winter. Shackleton had survived the journey across the Southern Ocean, but he knew that his own survival meant very little if the rest of the expedition remained stranded. The whaling station on South Georgia offered warmth, food, clothing, and shelter. For the first time in many months, Shackleton could sleep somewhere protected from the wind. But rest was difficult. His mind remained with the men he had left behind. Frank Wild was in charge of the group on Elephant Island. Wild had promised to keep the men alive. Shackleton had promised to return. Both men now carried enormous responsibilities. The first task was to find a ship capable of reaching Elephant Island. That was not as simple as it sounded. The waters around the island were dangerous, and the season was turning colder. The men at the whaling station understood the risks. Several attempts would be needed. Shackleton secured the use of a ship, but the first rescue effort did not succeed. Sea ice and weather prevented an easy approach. The expedition had entered another period of waiting. For Shackleton, waiting was difficult. He had spent months learning patience, but now every day felt important. He knew exactly what the men on Elephant Island were experiencing. They were cold, they were isolated, they were uncertain. They might be wondering whether Shackleton had survived. They might be wondering whether anyone knew where they were. And they might be wondering whether the promised rescue would ever come. Shackleton refused to accept failure. Another attempt was organized. Again, conditions proved difficult. The waters around Antarctica could turn against even a powerful ship. The rescue vessel could not safely reach Elephant Island. Shackleton had to try again. This time, Help came from the Chilean government. A small steamship called Yelcho, commanded by Luis Pardo, was made available for the rescue. The Yelcho was not a giant ship, but it was capable of moving through difficult southern waters. Shackleton boarded with the determination that had carried him through the previous stages of the expedition. The voyage toward Elephant Island began. Meanwhile, the men on the island continued waiting. Their temporary shelter had been built from the 2 lifeboats. They had arranged the boats to create a crude roof and walls. It was uncomfortable. The men lived close together. The wind outside could be severe. Snow and cold were constant companions. Food was carefully rationed. The men hunted when they could. They collected whatever resources the island provided. Their clothing was worn. Their boots were damaged. Their bodies were tired. But they had established a routine. Frank Wild kept everyone occupied. The men repaired equipment. They organized supplies. They cooked. They cleaned. They talked. They waited. Wild tried to maintain the belief that Shackleton would return. The men had seen him leave. They knew he had promised to come back. That promise gave them something to hold onto. Still, uncertainty remained. They had no radio. They could not know whether Shackleton had reached South Georgia. They could not know whether a rescue ship had been found. They could not know whether the weather had prevented the attempt. Their only information came from their own observations. The ocean remained empty. Days passed, then weeks. The men watched the horizon. Every distant shape could become a ship in their imagination. But most of the time there was nothing. Only sea, only clouds, only mountains, only wind. The camp became a small human settlement in an enormous wilderness. The men had created their own world. They had names for places around the camp. They had routines, they had responsibilities. They even found moments of humor. This mattered. Laughter could exist in terrible circumstances. A joke could briefly make the cold feel less important. A shared meal could create a sense of normal life. A simple conversation could remind the men that they were still human beings, not merely survivors. Frank Wild understood this. He did not allow the men to spend every hour thinking about disaster. He gave them tasks. He kept them moving. He encouraged order. And he waited. Far away, Shackleton's ship moved toward Elephant Island. The weather was still uncertain. The sea could become dangerous without warning. The men aboard the Yelcho knew that the island was surrounded by difficult waters. Shackleton watched the horizon. He had already made the journey once in the James Caird. Now he was returning with a ship. He wanted to reach Elephant Island as quickly as possible. On the island, the men had no idea how close the rescue was. Then one day, something appeared. A ship. At first, it was only a distant shape. The men stared. Someone shouted. Others rushed outside. The shape became clearer. It was a ship. The men could hardly believe it. For months, they had watched the horizon. Now there was a vessel approaching. Frank Wild understood immediately. He gathered the men. They moved toward the shoreline. The ship came closer. The men aboard could see figures standing on the beach. Shackleton looked toward the island. There they were, all of them, alive. For a moment, the enormous burden he had carried since leaving Elephant Island began to disappear. He had returned. The rescue boat reached the shore. The men began moving aboard. They carried what little remained of their belongings. They left behind the shelter that had protected them. They left behind the frozen island. They were going home. Shackleton reportedly asked Wild about the condition of the men. Wild could answer with something that Shackleton desperately wanted to hear. Everyone was alive. The expedition had lost its ship. It had failed to cross Antarctica. It had lost equipment and supplies. It had endured months of isolation. But all 28 men of the Endurance Expedition had survived. The ship Endurance was gone. The Antarctic crossing had not happened. Yet the expedition had become something much greater than its original goal. It had become a story about leadership, endurance, teamwork, and survival. The men sailed away from Elephant Island. For the first time since leaving civilization, they were truly heading home. The Antarctic landscape slowly disappeared behind them. The mountains became smaller. The island became a distant shape. Then it vanished. The men could finally relax. Some slept. Some talked. Some simply stared at the sea. They had spent so long surrounded by danger that safety itself felt unfamiliar. But their journey was not yet complete. They still had to return to civilization. And the world they had left behind had changed. The First World War was still raging. When the men eventually returned, they would discover that the world had been transformed by years of conflict. Many of them would soon face another kind of danger, but the story of the Endurance Expedition would remain. It would be remembered not because Shackleton crossed Antarctica. He did not. It would be remembered because he refused to abandon his people. The original mission had failed. The survival mission had succeeded. That distinction became the heart of the story. Years later, historians would examine the expedition in detail. They would study the decisions Shackleton made. They would study Worsley's navigation. They would study Wild's leadership on Elephant Island. They would examine McNish's work on the James Caird. They would study the photographs taken by Frank Hurley. And they would continue to ask how 28 men survived such an extraordinary series of disasters. Perhaps the answer was not one single decision. Perhaps it was thousands of small decisions. Eat when food is available. Repair clothing before it fails. Keep the camp organized. Protect the dogs. Maintain a routine. Listen to the navigator. Do not waste supplies. Do not panic when the weather changes. Do not let fear become the leader. And when the situation changes, change the plan. That final lesson may have been the most important. Shackleton began the expedition intending to cross Antarctica. When the ship became trapped, he changed the goal. When the ship was crushed, he changed the plan. When the men reached the ice, he adapted again. When the ice became dangerous, he launched the boats. When they reached Elephant Island, he chose to sail for South Georgia. When he reached South Georgia, he immediately began planning the rescue. At every stage, the original plan disappeared, but the larger purpose remained. Get the men home. That purpose never changed. The expedition had begun with ambition. It ended with endurance. And somewhere beneath the Antarctic ice, the Endurance remained hidden. For decades, nobody knew exactly where she rested. The ship that had carried the expedition south had become part of the Antarctic Sea. The story could have ended there. But Antarctica had one more surprise. More than a century later, explorers would return to search for the lost ship. Modern technology would make it possible to search the Weddell Sea with tools that Shackleton could never have imagined. Underwater vehicles, sonar, satellite data, modern navigation. Researchers could now search the seafloor. And eventually, they would find her. The wreck of the Endurance was discovered in 2022, more than 100 years after she sank. She was found on the seafloor of the Weddell Sea. Remarkably, the ship remained in astonishing condition. Her wooden structure was still recognizable. The name Endurance could still be seen on the stern. It was as if the ship had been waiting quietly beneath the Antarctic water. The discovery brought the expedition back into the modern world. The photographs of the wreck showed a remarkable connection between past and present. The ship that had been trapped by ice in 1915 was finally visible again. The men who had walked away from her could never have imagined that one day people would return to photograph her resting place. But the wreck was more than an archaeological discovery. It was a reminder of the strange relationship between human ambition and nature. Shackleton had entered Antarctica believing that humans could cross it. Instead, Antarctica forced him to abandon his ship. It forced him to change his plans. It forced him to depend on his crew. And it forced him to recognize that survival sometimes means giving up the original destination. The Endurance Expedition therefore became something unexpected. A failed expedition became one of history's greatest survival stories. The men did not accomplish what they originally intended. They did something else. They survived. And perhaps that is why the story remains so powerful. There are moments in life when a plan disappears. Sometimes the destination becomes impossible. Sometimes the road closes. Sometimes the only thing left is to protect the people beside you and take the next step. In Antarctica, Ernest Shackleton and his men learned that lesson on a scale few people ever have. Their world became ice. Their home became a lifeboat. Their road became the ocean. And their hope became a promise. A promise that everyone would come home. One by one, the men stepped aboard the rescue ship. Elephant Island disappeared behind them. The long Antarctic night continued over the Southern Ocean. But this time, the darkness did not feel endless. They were moving north. They were going home. And far beneath the cold waters of the Weddell Sea, the Endurance remained silent beneath the ice, preserving the memory of the journey. A wooden ship, 28 men. one impossible environment. And a story built not on victory over Antarctica, but on the quiet determination to survive it. The name had been chosen before the journey began: Endurance. By endurance, they had conquered. The story of the Endurance did not truly end when the men stepped aboard the rescue ship. In some ways, that was only the beginning of the story people would tell about them. The men had returned from one of the most isolated regions on Earth, but the experience they carried with them could not simply be left behind on Elephant Island. For more than a year, Antarctica had been their entire world. They had watched a wooden ship become trapped in the ice. They had watched that ship slowly break apart. They had lived on drifting sea ice. They had dragged boats across frozen ground. They had sailed hundreds of miles in a small lifeboat. They had crossed mountains without a proper trail. And somehow every member of the original Endurance crew had survived. When the men finally reached civilization, people were astonished by their appearance. They looked like survivors from another age. Their clothing was worn. Their faces were weathered. Their bodies were thinner, but they were alive. That was the detail that mattered most. For Shackleton, however, there was little time to think about fame. The world was still at war. Europe had been fighting since 1914, and by the time the expedition members returned, the First World War had become a massive conflict involving millions of soldiers. The expedition had begun while the war was starting. Now the war was still going. The men returned to a world very different from the one they had left. Some expedition members joined military service. Others worked in support roles. Their extraordinary Antarctic experience became part of their past, while the larger world demanded their attention. Shackleton himself would continue to live a restless life. Antarctica had not completely released him. The southern continent remained in his imagination. The sea remained familiar. Adventure remained part of his personality. But the Endurance expedition had changed the way people understood him. Before the expedition, Shackleton was known as an explorer who wanted to accomplish something extraordinary. After the expedition, he became known as a leader who could keep people alive when extraordinary plans collapsed. That distinction would become central to his reputation. Shackleton's greatest achievement was not reaching a particular geographical point. It was maintaining the human group. That may sound simple from a distance. It was not. Imagine 28 people trapped together for months. Imagine that their ship is slowly being destroyed. Imagine knowing that nobody knows where you are. Imagine living with limited food and clothing. Imagine hearing the ice move around you at night. Imagine waking up each morning and knowing that the nearest human settlement is hundreds of miles away. Under those circumstances, personality becomes important. A disagreement that might seem insignificant in ordinary life can become serious. A careless decision can affect everyone. A loss of confidence can spread quickly. Shackleton understood that. He did not treat morale as something separate from survival. To him, morale was survival. That is why routines mattered so much. The men ate together, they worked together, they exercised, they cared for the dogs, they maintained equipment, they played games, they talked, they laughed. These activities may seem unimportant compared with navigation or food supplies, but they help preserve a sense of normal life. Human beings need structure. Even in an environment where everything appears chaotic, a familiar routine can provide stability. The men could not control the Antarctic weather. They could not control the movement of the sea ice. They could not control whether the Endurance would survive. But they could control how they spent the next hour. They could repair a piece of equipment. They could prepare a meal. They could check a dog harness. They could clean their sleeping space. They could help another crew member. Those small actions created order. And order helped prevent despair. Frank Wild played a similar role when the men were stranded on Elephant Island. He understood that the 22 men waiting there could not simply sit around thinking about their situation. They needed something to do, so they created routines. The men repaired clothing. They organized their shelter. They prepared food. They cared for one another. They watched the sea. They waited for Shackleton. One of the most remarkable things about the expedition is that nobody on Elephant Island knew exactly what was happening to Shackleton. They knew he had sailed toward South Georgia. They knew that the voyage was extremely dangerous, but they did not know whether he had survived. Days became weeks, weeks became months, and still they waited. This uncertainty could have destroyed them psychologically. Instead, they turned waiting into a form of work. That was important. Waiting became active rather than passive. They prepared themselves for rescue. They believed the rescue would come. And when it finally did, Shackleton discovered that every man was still alive. That fact became one of the defining achievements of the expedition. But there was another person whose contribution deserves special attention: Frank Worsley. Without Worsley's navigation, the James Caird voyage might never have succeeded. The distance from Elephant Island to South Georgia was enormous. The boat was tiny, the ocean was vast. And the island was not a large target compared with the enormous area of the Southern Ocean. Worsley had to calculate their position under terrible conditions. He used a sextant. He observed the sun when the weather allowed. He studied the stars when the sky was clear. He used a compass. He worked with charts. And he made calculations while the boat was being thrown around by waves. Modern navigation makes such work look almost impossibly primitive. Today, a navigator can use satellites and digital maps. A position can be displayed almost instantly. Worsley had none of that. His world was made of numbers, instruments, observations, and judgment. And every observation contained uncertainty. Clouds could block the sun. The sea could make a precise sextant reading difficult. The boat could move hundreds of feet while an observation was being made. The navigator therefore had to combine imperfect information. That required experience. It also required confidence. Worsley's navigation helped guide the James Caird toward South Georgia, and South Georgia was not the end of the journey. The three men who crossed the island faced another remarkable challenge. Shackleton, Worsley, and Tom Crean had no detailed route across the mountains. They had limited equipment. They were exhausted. They had just completed one of the most difficult small boat voyages in history, yet they continued. Their crossing of South Georgia was short compared with the ocean voyage, but it was physically demanding. They moved through snow and ice. They climbed steep terrain. They crossed ridges and glaciers. They did not have the comfort of a prepared trail. The island itself was rugged and isolated. The men followed the terrain as best they could. At times, they had to make decisions about which direction would provide the safest route. Eventually, they heard the sound of the whaling station. That sound must have seemed almost unbelievable. For months, the men had heard mostly wind, ice, water, and the movement of their own equipment. Now they heard machinery, human activity, civilization. The distance between those sounds and the world they had left behind was enormous. But the most important thought in Shackleton's mind was still Elephant Island. He did not stay at South Georgia simply because he was safe. He began planning the rescue. That decision tells us something important about Shackleton. His leadership was not based on being fearless. There is no reason to believe that he never felt fear. A person can be afraid and still act. Leadership often means recognizing fear without allowing it to control the decision. Shackleton knew the risks of returning to Elephant Island. He also knew the risks of doing nothing. He chose action. The first rescue attempt failed. The second failed. The Antarctic Sea did not cooperate, but Shackleton kept searching for another possibility. Eventually, the Chilean ship Yelcho became available. Captain Luis Pardo was willing to attempt the journey. Together, they sailed toward Elephant Island. The final approach was dangerous. Fog and ice could make navigation difficult. But eventually the island appeared, and there, waiting on the shore, were the men, every one of them alive. The rescue itself was surprisingly quick. The men had spent months waiting. Once the ship arrived, they could be brought aboard rapidly. They had already prepared themselves. Their belongings were limited. There was little to pack. The island that had been their home was suddenly behind them. The men sailed away. For the first time in a very long time, they could think about something other than survival. They could think about home. They could think about families. They could think about ordinary meals. They could think about beds. They could think about streets, buildings, trees, and familiar voices. The Antarctic had become a memory. But it was a memory that would remain unusually vivid. Frank Hurley's photographs helped preserve that world. Hurley had carried photographic equipment through conditions that would have damaged ordinary cameras. He understood the historical importance of what he was witnessing. His photographs of the Endurance trapped in the ice became some of the most recognizable images of the expedition. One photograph shows the ship surrounded by white ice, with its masts rising against the sky. Another captures the men standing on the ice. Others show the dogs, the camp, the boats, and the enormous Antarctic landscape. Hurley's work was more than decoration. It was documentation. The photographs allowed people who had never seen Antarctica to understand something about the environment. They showed how small the men were compared with the landscape. The ice seemed endless. The ship seemed fragile. The human figures appeared almost tiny. That contrast is one reason the images remain so powerful. The expedition also produced scientific information. The original mission had included scientific goals. Even after the expedition was forced to abandon its crossing plan, members continued making observations whenever possible. They recorded weather. They studied the sea. They observed ice conditions. They collected information about the Antarctic environment. This was typical of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Exploration was not only about planting a flag, it was also about expanding human knowledge. At the beginning of the 20th century, Antarctica remained poorly understood. Maps were incomplete. Large regions were still unexplored. Scientists were trying to understand ocean currents, weather patterns, glaciers, wildlife, and geology. The Endurance Expedition contributed to that broader effort. Even though its main geographical objective failed, there is something deeply interesting about that failure. In ordinary terms, the expedition did not accomplish its original mission. Shackleton wanted to cross Antarctica. He did not. The Endurance never reached the planned landing site. The continent was never crossed by the expedition. Yet the expedition became more famous than many successful journeys. Why? Because history does not always remember success in the way people expect. Sometimes the most memorable stories come from plans that collapse. The value of the story lies in what people do afterward. The Endurance Expedition became an example of adaptation. The original plan was replaced by another, then another, and another. The men constantly adjusted. That ability to adapt became their greatest tool. The Antarctic did not care about their schedule. It did not care about their maps. It did not care about the expectations of newspapers in London or New York. It followed its own rules. Ice formed when temperatures allowed it. Wind moved across the sea. Storms developed. Currents carried ice in unexpected directions. The men could not negotiate with nature. They could only respond. And that is one of the quiet lessons of the expedition. Sometimes survival does not come from controlling circumstances. It comes from recognizing what cannot be controlled and responding intelligently. The Endurance itself became a symbol of this idea. Her name had been chosen because of a family motto: "By endurance we conquer." At first, the words sounded like an appropriate motto for an exploration ship. After the expedition, they sounded almost prophetic. The men had endured. They had endured the destruction of their ship. They had endured months on the ice. They had endured the open ocean. They had endured hunger, cold, uncertainty, and exhaustion. And they had endured separation from the world. But the story of the ship itself was not finished. For decades after the expedition, the exact location of the wreck remained uncertain. Researchers knew approximately where the Endurance had been lost. They had historical records. They had observations from the expedition. They had estimates of the ship's final position. But the Weddell Sea was an enormous and difficult place to search. The wreck rested beneath the water. Sea ice covered the region. Weather conditions were severe. Visibility could be poor. For many years, locating the ship seemed almost impossible. Then technology changed. Modern researchers gained access to tools that Shackleton could never have imagined. Satellite imagery could help researchers understand sea ice conditions. Modern ships could carry sophisticated sonar. Underwater vehicles could explore the seafloor. Navigation systems could determine positions with remarkable accuracy. Historical records could be combined with modern oceanographic information. The search became possible. In 2022, A major international expedition succeeded in locating the wreck of the Endurance. The discovery was extraordinary. The ship was found approximately 3,000 meters beneath the surface of the Weddell Sea. More than a century had passed since the crew had watched her disappear beneath the Antarctic waters. Yet the wreck was remarkably preserved. The cold, dark environment had protected much of the wooden structure. The ship's name could still be seen. The hull remained recognizable. Masts and other structures were visible. For a moment, history seemed to become physical. The photographs of the wreck showed the Endurance resting quietly on the seafloor. There was something almost peaceful about the images. The ship that had once been surrounded by violent Antarctic pressure now rested in darkness. No men were aboard. No dogs moved across the deck. No sails were raised. No one was repairing the hull. The expedition had been over for more than 100 years, but the ship remained silent, still, waiting beneath the sea. The discovery also provided a remarkable ending to Frank Hurley's photographs. Hurley had photographed the Endurance when she was alive. Modern explorers photographed her after death. The two sets of images, separated by more than a century, created a visual connection across time. One showed the ship standing proudly in the Antarctic ice. The other showed her resting on the seabed. The world had changed completely between those two moments. The technology had changed. The people had changed. The maps had changed, but the ship remained recognizable. The story of the Endurance had become larger than the expedition itself. It became a story about exploration, a story about leadership, a story about navigation, a story about teamwork, a story about the relationship between human beings and extreme environments. And perhaps most importantly, it became a story about knowing when to change a plan. Shackleton began with a dream of crossing Antarctica. Antarctica refused to let him. So he changed the mission. The mission became survival, and survival became rescue. The rescue became history. The history became legend. And the legend continues to attract people more than a century later. There is something soothing about the rhythm of the story. A ship leaves England, the ocean carries it south. The ice closes around it, the men wait. The ship disappears, the men camp on the ice drifts, the boats move. The ocean rises and falls. The mountains of South Georgia appear. A small group crosses the island. A ship returns to Elephant Island. And eventually, every man comes home. The story moves slowly, but every stage contains an extraordinary decision. It is not simply a story about dramatic moments. It is also a story about ordinary days, days when nothing seemed to happen, days when the men repaired clothing, days when they cooked, days when they watched the dogs, days when they waited for the ice to move. Those quiet days may have been just as important as the dramatic ones. Survival is rarely one heroic moment. It is usually a long collection of small choices. The right choice repeated many times: stay warm, save food, help your crewmate, check the equipment, keep moving, do not waste energy, sleep when possible, wake up and do it again. For the men of the Endurance, that routine continued until the world finally opened again. And perhaps that is why the expedition remains so compelling. It reminds us that endurance is not always loud. Sometimes endurance is quiet. Sometimes it is simply waking up in another cold morning and deciding to continue. The Antarctic landscape did not reward the men with comfort. It did not offer them an easy victory. Instead, it demanded patience. It demanded discipline. It demanded humility. And in the end, the men survived because they learned to live according to those demands. The Endurance was gone. The expedition's original objective was gone. But the men remained. Their story traveled home with them. And eventually, it traveled across generations. Today, when people look at photographs of Shackleton and his crew, they often see the faces of explorers from another world. Their clothing looks old. Their equipment looks primitive. Their ships look small. The Antarctic looks almost impossibly distant. Yet their experience remains strangely familiar. Everyone makes plans. Everyone imagines a particular future. And sometimes, circumstances change everything. The lesson of the Endurance is not that plans are useless. Plans matter, preparation matters, skill matters, knowledge matters, but plans must remain flexible. When the world changes, the plan has to change with it. Shackleton understood that. And that may be why more than a century later, the name Endurance still carries such weight. It does not simply describe a ship. It describes a way of moving through difficulty, one step, one decision, one day at a time, across the frozen sea, across the Southern Ocean, across the mountains, and finally back toward home. The men of the Endurance never crossed Antarctica, but they crossed something else. They crossed the boundary between an ordinary expedition and an extraordinary survival story. And beneath the quiet waters of the Weddell Sea, their ship remains as a final reminder. The adventure is over, the ice has closed, the waves have become still, the wooden hull rests in darkness, and the story continues quietly across the years. The Antarctic night has a particular kind of silence. It is not the silence of an empty room. It is the silence of a landscape so large that human voices seem almost insignificant. The men of the Endurance learned that silence well. They heard it while the ship was trapped. They heard it while living on the ice. They heard it while waiting on Elephant Island. And they heard it again when the James Caird moved across the Southern Ocean. For them, Antarctica was never simply a place on a map. It became a teacher. A harsh one, certainly, but also a strangely patient one. It taught them that distance could change the meaning of time. It taught them that weather could determine a person's future. It taught them that a wooden boat could become a home. It taught them that a small group of people could survive without almost everything they once considered necessary. And perhaps most importantly, it taught them that hope could be maintained through routine. Imagine one of those ordinary evenings on the ice. The day's work is finished. The wind has weakened. The dogs are resting outside. Inside the tent, the men sit close together. There is a simple meal. Someone talks about home. Someone tells a joke. Someone checks a piece of equipment. Someone writes in a journal. The outside temperature may be far below freezing. The sea ice may be shifting beneath them. Their future may be completely uncertain. Yet for a few minutes, life feels almost ordinary. This was one of the great achievements of the expedition. They created ordinary moments inside an extraordinary crisis. That ability to create normality is easy to underestimate. When people imagine survival stories, they often remember the storms, the shipwrecks, the dangerous climbs, and the dramatic rescues. But survival is usually made from quieter things. A meal prepared on time, a tent repaired before the next storm, a wet pair of gloves dried carefully, a sick man looked after by another, a supply box protected from the snow, a dog fed properly, a navigation calculation checked twice. These things do not make dramatic photographs, but they keep people alive. The men of the Endurance understood this through experience. They were explorers, but they also became caretakers of one another. The expedition had begun with specialized roles. The sailors sailed, the scientists studied, the carpenter repaired, the doctor treated injuries, the photographer documented, the navigator calculated positions. But as the situation became more difficult, those boundaries became less important. Everyone had to do whatever was necessary. The carpenter could become a boatman. The sailor could help repair equipment. The scientist could help move supplies. The doctor could help with camp work. The photographer could carry heavy equipment. The expedition became a community. That community had been tested repeatedly. And every test revealed something about the men. Some people became stronger under pressure. Others struggled. Some became natural leaders. Others worked quietly without receiving much attention. That is another reason the story remains interesting. It was never only about Shackleton. Shackleton was the leader. But an expedition survives through many people. Frank Worsley's navigation was essential. Frank Wild's leadership on Elephant Island was essential. Harry McNish's carpentry was essential. Tom Crean's physical endurance was essential. Frank Hurley's photographs preserved the visual record. The doctors cared for the men's health. The sailors maintained the boats. The cooks prepared food. The men who performed ordinary tasks were just as important as those whose names later appeared in books. History often remembers a few famous names, but survival usually belongs to a group. The Endurance Expedition is a perfect example. There were 28 men. Each had a different personality. Each had different skills. Each had a different relationship with the expedition. Yet they shared one problem. They were trapped, and the only way out was together. The ship itself had also played an important role in creating that community. When the Endurance was still intact, the men had a physical center. The ship provided shelter. It gave them a place to work. It gave them storage. It gave them a kitchen. It gave them privacy, even if that privacy was limited. When the ship was destroyed, the men lost more than transportation. They lost a familiar structure. The transition to life on the ice must have been psychologically difficult. Suddenly, their world was made of tents and snow. There were no solid walls, no wooden floor, no engine, no protected deck. The ice was beneath them, but it was not permanent. It could crack, it could move, it could disappear. That uncertainty became part of daily life. The men had to learn to trust something that could not truly be trusted. The ice could support them today. Tomorrow it might split. That was the nature of the Antarctic. The sea itself had become their road, but it was a road with no signs. No direction was guaranteed. The men drifted wherever the ice carried them. Their position changed even when they were doing nothing. That is a strange experience. In most journeys, if you stop, you stay where you are. For the Endurance crew, stopping did not mean staying. The ice continued to move. They could wake up and discover that their camp had traveled many miles during the night. Their map position changed while they slept. This must have created a strange relationship with geography. They were traveling without walking. They were moving without choosing the direction. And yet they had to make decisions based on that movement. When the ice finally became unsafe, they returned to the boats. The boats became their new homes. The James Caird would eventually carry 6 men towards South Georgia, but the other boats remained with the larger group. The men had to trust small pieces of wood in a massive ocean. It is difficult to imagine how vulnerable they must have felt. Modern ocean travelers have engines, communications, navigation systems, emergency beacons, weather forecasts, insulated clothing, and satellite technology. The men of the Endurance had almost none of these advantages. Their survival depended heavily on practical knowledge. They knew how to read weather. They knew how to handle sails. They understood the sea. They understood ice. They knew how to repair equipment, and they were willing to work. The expedition also demonstrated the value of preparation. Shackleton had planned carefully. The expedition carried food, clothing, tools, boats, dogs, scientific equipment, and other supplies. Not everything could save them, but preparation gave them options. When the ship was lost, they had boats. When the ice became dangerous, they had tents. When they reached Elephant Island, they had materials to construct shelter. When Shackleton sailed for South Georgia, they had navigation instruments. Preparation did not prevent disaster. It gave them something to work with after disaster occurred. That is an important difference. Preparation is not a guarantee that nothing will go wrong. It is a way of making sure that when something does go wrong, you still have choices. Shackleton's expedition is filled with examples of those choices. The ship was trapped, wait. The ship was damaged, prepare to abandon it. The ice became dangerous, launch the boats. Reach Elephant Island, assess the situation. Waiting may be too dangerous. Choose a small crew, sail to South Georgia, reach civilization, return for the others. Each decision came after the previous plan had become impossible. That is why the expedition can feel almost like a series of doors. One door closes, another appears, the men walk through it. Then another closes, and another opens. They never knew what would be behind the next one, yet they continued. There is also something remarkable about the way the expedition ended. There was no triumphant arrival at the South Pole. No flag planted on the far side of Antarctica. No successful completion of the original crossing. Instead, the final achievement was simply that every man returned alive. In the context of exploration, that may sound modest, but in the context of the journey, it was extraordinary. The Antarctic had taken almost everything from them, their ship, their original objective, their schedule, their certainty, their comfort. Yet it did not take their lives. That became Shackleton's greatest victory. The expedition story eventually entered popular culture. Books were written, photographs were published, historians studied the decisions. Leadership experts examined Shackleton's methods. The expedition became a common example in discussions about crisis management. People often looked at Shackleton and asked what made him effective. There was no single answer. He was experienced. He understood the environment. He could make decisions under pressure. He knew how to communicate. He recognized the importance of morale. He adapted when circumstances changed. and he accepted reality. That last quality was perhaps the most important. Shackleton did not spend months pretending the original plan was still possible. Once the ship was trapped, he understood that the situation had changed. Once the ship was destroyed, he understood that the expedition had changed again. Once they reached Elephant Island, he understood that waiting might be fatal. Each time, he adjusted. A leader who refuses to accept reality can become dangerous. Shackleton's strength was his ability to look at the situation as it actually was, not as he wanted it to be. Not as it had been yesterday, but as it was now. That is a quiet form of courage. It does not always look heroic. Sometimes it looks like admitting that a plan has failed. Sometimes it means abandoning something valuable. Sometimes it means turning around. Sometimes it means choosing a smaller goal. And sometimes it means simply saying, "We need to get everyone home." That was the new mission. And that mission gave the expedition direction. Even after the original dream had disappeared, the men still had a purpose. That purpose helped hold them together. More than a century later, the wreck of the Endurance provides a physical symbol of the entire journey. The ship rests deep beneath the Weddell Sea. The water around her is cold and dark. The wooden hull is surrounded by the environment that once trapped her. But now there are no men aboard, no voices, no footsteps, no barking dogs, only the slow movement of the sea. The wreck is protected as an underwater cultural heritage site. It is not simply an old ship. It is the final physical remains of an extraordinary expedition. Researchers who visit the wreck today are seeing something that Shackleton himself never saw after leaving Antarctica. They are seeing the ship preserved in the place where her journey ended. And the contrast is remarkable. Shackleton's photographs showed the Endurance trapped in ice. Modern images show her resting beneath water. In both cases, she looks surprisingly strong. Her name remains visible. Her structure still communicates something about the confidence of the people who built her. She was designed for ice. She was built with enormous strength. And even though the Antarctic eventually destroyed her, she survived in another sense. Her story survived. The word endurance became more than the name of a ship. It became the name of an experience. When people hear it today, they often think of Shackleton and his men. They think of the frozen sea. They think of the James Caird. They think of Elephant Island. They think of South Georgia. They think of the impossible journey home. And they think of the quiet fact that all 28 men survived. Perhaps that is the most peaceful way to remember the expedition, not as a battle against nature, not as a story of man defeating Antarctica. Because Antarctica was never defeated, the ice remained, the storms remained, the mountains remained, the ocean remained. The men simply learned how to move through the environment without allowing it to destroy them. That is different from conquest. It is adaptation. And perhaps adaptation is the more meaningful achievement. The Antarctic wilderness did not become smaller because Shackleton entered it. It did not become easier. The men became better at living within it. They learned when to wait. They learned when to move. They learned when to preserve energy. They learned when to abandon equipment. They learned when to take a risk. And they learned when to trust another person. The journey home was therefore not only a physical journey, it was also a gradual transformation. The men who left England in 1914 expected to become explorers who crossed a continent. The men who returned were something different. They were survivors. They had experienced a level of uncertainty that most people could never imagine. They had seen how quickly comfort could disappear. They had learned how valuable simple things could become. Warmth. Food, dry clothing, a solid floor, a cup of something hot, a familiar voice, a safe bed, ordinary life. After Antarctica, ordinary life could never look quite as ordinary again. Perhaps that is one of the hidden themes of the Endurance story. We often imagine extraordinary lives as being filled with extraordinary moments. But the men eventually learned to appreciate ordinary moments. A quiet room, a warm meal, a dry bed, a calm night, the sound of rain on a roof rather than wind against a tent. These things were no longer boring, they were precious. And somewhere in that realization is a lesson that has remained relevant for more than a century. A person does not always appreciate comfort until comfort disappears. The Endurance Expedition temporarily removed almost every ordinary comfort, then slowly it returned them, first land, then shelter, then food, then people. then transportation, then home. The journey from danger to safety happened one small step at a time. That is why the story works so well as a calm historical tale. Its rhythm is not only about disaster, it is about patience. The ship waits, the ice drifts, the men wait, the boats move, the men wait again. A ship appears, the men return. History itself seems to move at the same slow pace. And perhaps somewhere beneath the wet sea, the Endurance continues that rhythm, still, quiet, undisturbed. A wooden reminder of a time when maps were incomplete, technology was limited, and distant places still seemed almost unreachable. The men who sailed south could never have imagined the world that would eventually study their journey. They could not have imagined satellites. They could not have imagined underwater drones. They could not have imagined digital maps. They could not have imagined that people more than 100 years later would look at the wreck of their ship through high-resolution cameras. But they did understand something that technology has not changed. A journey can become meaningful even when it does not end where you expect it. The destination may change, the route may change, the circumstances may change, but the journey can still matter. The Endurance Expedition began with a dream of crossing a continent. It ended with 28 people returning from the edge of the world. And perhaps that is why the old family motto remains so fitting. By endurance we conquer, not by overpowering the world. Not by forcing nature to obey, but by remaining patient enough to adapt. By continuing when the next step is uncertain, by helping the people beside us, by keeping a little hope alive, and by understanding that sometimes the greatest achievement is simply making it home. The Antarctic night grows quiet again. The sea moves beneath the ice. The mountains stand beyond the horizon, the wreck rests in darkness, and the story of the Endurance remains there, almost like a whisper from another century, a ship. A frozen ocean, 28 lives, one promise, and the long, patient journey home. There was another part of the Endurance story that became clearer only with time. The men had survived Antarctica, but they had also changed the way people thought about exploration. Before the expedition, polar exploration was often described in terms of firsts. The first person to reach a particular point, the first team to cross a particular region, the first expedition to map a particular coastline. Geographical achievement was easy to measure. You either reached the destination or you did not. But the Endurance Expedition complicated that idea. Shackleton did not reach the Antarctic coast where he planned to begin the crossing. He did not cross the continent. He did not accomplish the central geographical objective, yet his expedition became one of the most famous polar journeys in history. The reason was simple. The conditions had changed the meaning of success. Once the ship was lost, completing the original mission became impossible. The important question was no longer, can we cross Antarctica? It became, can we keep everyone alive? That question was harder to answer, and it required a different kind of leadership. The men had to stop thinking like travelers heading toward a destination. They had to think like survivors living inside a changing environment. Every morning brought new information. The ice might have shifted, the wind might have changed. A tent might have been damaged, a supply might have been lost, a person might have become sick. The condition of the boats might have changed. The plan had to respond to those realities. This constant adjustment created a different kind of expedition. There was no clear line from beginning to end. Instead, the journey became a chain of decisions. One decision led to another. One problem created another problem. One solution created a new possibility. The men were not following a road. They were creating the road as they went. That is why the expedition remains fascinating to historians. The story contains geography, technology, leadership, psychology, weather, navigation, and human behavior. It is almost a complete study of what happens when people are removed from ordinary civilization. For example, consider the importance of food. At the beginning of the expedition, food was simply a supply. There was enough to support the planned journey. The men had carefully prepared provisions. But once the ship was lost, food became a strategic resource. The expedition could no longer rely on its original timetable. The men had to conserve what they had. Seals became important. Penguins became important. The dogs became important. Everything had to be considered in terms of survival. The same was true of clothing. A jacket was not just clothing. It was protection from hypothermia. A pair of boots was not just footwear. It was a tool that allowed a man to walk across snow and ice. A sleeping bag was not simply a place to sleep. It was protection during the coldest hours of the day. In Antarctica, ordinary objects acquired extraordinary value. This changed the way the men thought. Nothing was simply ordinary anymore. The same principle applied to tools. A hammer could repair a boat. A knife could prepare food. A rope could secure equipment. A piece of wood could become part of a shelter. A metal object could be modified for another purpose. The men became improvisers. They could not simply replace something that broke. They had to repair it. They had to find another use for it. They had to think creatively. This was particularly important when the men modified the James Caird. The boat was not designed for an 800-mile voyage across the Southern Ocean, yet they adapted it. Harry McNish used his skills as a carpenter to strengthen the small craft. The men added materials and made changes that improved its ability to survive the ocean. The boat became an example of practical problem solving. It did not become a perfect ocean vessel. It simply became good enough. That phrase captures much of the expedition. Good enough. A shelter did not need to be comfortable. It needed to keep the wind out. A meal did not need to be enjoyable. It needed to provide energy. A navigation calculation did not need to be perfect. It needed to be accurate enough to find land. A boat did not need to be beautiful. It needed to remain afloat. The men learned to distinguish between what was ideal and what was necessary. That distinction saved them. The expedition also demonstrated the value of specialized knowledge. Frank Worsley knew navigation. Harry McNish knew carpentry. The doctors knew medicine. The sailors knew boats. The scientists understood observation and measurement. Frank Hurley understood photography. Shackleton understood leadership and expedition management. No single person possessed all the knowledge required to survive. The group survived because their knowledge was shared. That is an important lesson from the expedition. Human beings are often strongest when different skills are combined. The navigator does not need to be the carpenter. The carpenter does not need to be the doctor. The doctor does not need to be the sailor. The strength comes from cooperation. The Endurance Expedition was therefore not a story of one heroic man. It was a story of a group. Shackleton became the most famous figure because he was the leader. But the expedition depended on many people. Frank Wild's patience on Elephant Island mattered. Worsley's calculations mattered. McNish's repairs mattered. Crean's physical endurance mattered. Hurley's documentation mattered. The work of every crew member mattered. Some contributions were dramatic, others were almost invisible. But survival often depends on invisible work. A man tightening a rope, a man drying clothing, a man checking food, a man watching the weather, a man caring for a sick companion. These actions rarely become famous, but they form the foundation of survival. The expedition also shows how important psychological balance can be. The men were living in a place where the normal rules of life had disappeared. They had no privacy in the ordinary sense. They had no easy communication with families. They had no reliable idea of when they would return. They could not simply leave. This created enormous psychological pressure. Yet they continued functioning. Humor helped, routine helped, leadership helped, friendship helped, work helped, even small celebrations could help. The men needed reminders that life was more than survival. They needed moments when they could laugh. They needed conversations about home. They needed familiar rituals. These things created psychological distance from the danger. For a few minutes, they could stop thinking about the ice. They could simply be people. This is one reason the story can be told calmly. The expedition was filled with danger, but it was also filled with quiet moments. The men watched sunsets, they watched the stars, they listened to the wind, they watched the dogs play, they looked across endless snow. They cooked simple meals, they wrote in journals, they waited. The Antarctic environment was terrifying, but it could also be beautiful. The ice reflected light in strange colors. Snow-covered mountains. The sky could turn pink, gold, gray, and deep blue. At night, stars filled the darkness. The Southern Ocean could appear almost peaceful between storms. This contrast between beauty and danger became one of the defining features of the expedition. Antarctica was not evil. It was simply indifferent. The landscape did not hate the men. It did not know they existed. The ice moved because the wind and ocean moved it. The cold arrived because the season changed. The storms formed according to atmospheric conditions. Nature did not negotiate. The men had to adapt. That is perhaps a more accurate way to understand the expedition than describing it as a battle against nature. The phrase "battle against Antarctica" sounds dramatic, but Antarctica was not an enemy in the human sense. It was an environment operating according to its own physical laws. The men survived because they respected those laws. They learned that the ice could be dangerous. They learned that the weather could change. They learned that open water could be more dangerous than ice. They learned that a safe-looking surface might conceal cracks. They learned that mountains could hide valleys and glaciers. Knowledge came through experience, and experience became survival. The return home also changed the men individually. Some struggled to adjust to ordinary life. After spending so long in extreme conditions, normal routines could feel strangely unfamiliar. A warm room might feel too warm. A crowded street might seem overwhelming. Ordinary food might seem luxurious. A simple bed might feel like a remarkable gift. The men had lived with scarcity. Now they returned to abundance. That contrast could be difficult, yet they also carried pride. They had survived something few people had ever experienced. They had learned what they were capable of. They had also learned what teamwork could accomplish. Their story spread through newspapers and books. The public became fascinated by the expedition. People wanted to know what had happened. How had the ship been lost? How had the men survived? How had Shackleton crossed the ocean? How had every member of the expedition survived? The photographs made the story real. People could see the ship trapped in ice. They could see the men standing beside it. They could see the boats. They could see the camp. They could see the Antarctic landscape. Frank Hurley's work, therefore, became an essential part of the expedition's legacy. Without the photographs, much of the story would have remained words. With them, people could visualize the journey. One image in particular became iconic. The Endurance stood surrounded by ice, its masts rising against the pale sky. It looked strong. It looked beautiful. And yet the men standing around it knew that the ship's future was uncertain. The photograph captured a moment before everything changed. That is one reason historical photographs can be so powerful. The people inside them do not know what will happen next. We look backward. We know the ship will be destroyed. We know the men will leave. We know they will live on the ice. We know they will launch the boats. We know Shackleton will sail to South Georgia. But the people in the photograph know none of that. They are simply standing beside their ship. That difference between their knowledge and ours creates a strange feeling. History gives us the luxury of hindsight. The men had no such luxury. They could only make decisions with the information available at the time. This is another reason their decisions deserve respect. We know the ending. They did not. When Shackleton abandoned the Endurance, he did not know whether the men would survive. When he left Elephant Island, he did not know whether he would find South Georgia. When he crossed South Georgia, he did not know exactly what route lay ahead. When he returned for the men, he did not know whether the weather would allow the rescue. Every decision was made inside uncertainty. That is what makes the story human. It is easy to call someone brave after the danger has passed. It is much harder to act when the outcome is unknown. Shackleton did not have a guarantee. He had a responsibility. That distinction mattered. The expedition also became part of the larger history of polar exploration. The heroic age of Antarctic exploration was coming to an end. Technology was changing. Ships were becoming more advanced. Aircraft were beginning to transform exploration. Radio communication was becoming increasingly important. The old world of explorers traveling with limited communication and basic equipment was gradually disappearing. The Endurance Expedition therefore belongs to a transitional moment. It represents the final years of an era when large unknown spaces could still exist on maps. Antarctica remained one of the last great frontiers. Today, satellite images can show enormous portions of the continent. Scientists operate research stations there. Modern ships and aircraft can reach regions that once seemed inaccessible. But the environment remains severe. The cold has not changed. The wind has not changed. Ice still moves. The ocean still storms. Antarctica remains one of the most difficult environments on Earth. That makes the achievements of the early explorers even more remarkable. They entered this environment with limited technology. They depended on judgment. They depended on preparation. They depended on one another. And when their plans failed, they adapted. The Endurance story is therefore not only historical, it is also a study of human behavior under pressure. It asks a simple question. What happens when everything familiar disappears? The expedition suggests one answer. People create new routines. They redefine what is valuable. They rely on others. They adapt. They conserve energy. They maintain hope. And they continue. Sometimes that is all endurance really means, not a dramatic act, not a heroic speech, just continuation, another morning, another meal, another repair, another mile, another calculation, another attempt, another night, and eventually another sunrise. The men of the Endurance experienced hundreds of those moments. Most were never photographed. Most were never described in newspapers. But together, those ordinary moments carried them through the extraordinary journey. And when the expedition finally ended, they had something that was more valuable than the original achievement. They had proof that a group could survive when the plan disappeared. The Endurance had been crushed, but the people had endured. The ship had been lost, but the story remained. And the story, like the Antarctic itself, continues to move slowly through time, from one generation to another, from old photographs to modern documentaries, from handwritten journals to digital archives, from the frozen sea of 1915 to the wreck discovered in 2022, the distance between those moments is more than a century. Yet the story remains remarkably clear. A ship sailed south. The ice closed around it. The ship disappeared. The men walked away, and they came home. That simple sequence contains one of the most extraordinary survival stories ever recorded. And perhaps the quietest way to remember it is to imagine the final scene. The men are gone. The rescue ship has sailed north. Elephant Island is empty again. The mountains of South Georgia stand beneath the clouds. The Southern Ocean continues to move. And deep below the Weddell Sea, the Endurance rests on the seafloor. There is no applause there, no crowd, no celebration, only cold water and darkness. The ship remains exactly where history left her, a silent monument to a journey that did not accomplish what it set out to do, and yet became something greater, a story of endurance, a story of adaptation, a story of leadership, a story of friendship, a story of survival, and above all, a story of 28 people who refused to give up on one another. The Antarctic remains vast, the ice remains powerful, the ocean remains unpredictable, but the story of the Endurance remains calm. Because after all the storms, all the cold, all the uncertainty, and all the long nights, the ending is known. They came home. And sometimes, in a story about survival, that is the most extraordinary ending of all. There is one final way to understand the story of the Endurance. It is not only a story about what happened in Antarctica. It is a story about what people carried away from Antarctica. The men returned with photographs, journals, memories, and stories. But they also returned with a different understanding of distance. Before the expedition, South Georgia, Elephant Island, and the Weddell Sea were names on charts. Afterward, those names represented months of cold, uncertainty, and survival. A map could show a straight line between 2 points. The men knew that a straight line on a map did not mean a straight journey. Between 2 points could be mountains, ice, storms, open water, darkness, and days when progress was impossible. That is one of the quiet truths of exploration. A map shows geography. It does not show difficulty. It does not show how tired a person will become. It does not show the temperature of the wind. It does not show how much courage is required to take another step. The Endurance Expedition revealed all of those things. It also showed that the environment could change the meaning of time. During the voyage of the James Caird, a single day could feel enormous. The men could spend hours watching the sea. The boat might travel only a certain distance. Then night would arrive, they would rest briefly. Then morning would come and they would begin again. There was no entertainment, no distraction, no way to make the journey feel shorter. They simply lived through it. That slow passage of time is difficult for modern people to imagine. Today, a long journey can be filled with music, movies, messages, maps, and constant communication. The men of the Endurance had almost none of those things. They had conversation, they had their thoughts. They had the sea, and they had one another. In some ways, that made the expedition psychologically different from modern expeditions. There was no constant flow of outside information. The world disappeared. The men could not know what newspapers were saying. They could not hear radio broadcasts. They could not receive messages from their families. They could not check weather forecasts from distant stations. They were truly isolated. This isolation made their internal community more important. The expedition became its own small society. There were leaders, there were workers, there were specialists, there were friendships, there were disagreements, there were jokes, there were responsibilities, and there were shared memories. The group had its own history. They remembered where they had been. They remembered the day the Endurance was abandoned. They remembered the first sight of Elephant Island. They remembered the departure of the James Caird. They remembered waiting for the rescue. Those memories connected them. Even after returning home, they shared experiences that almost nobody else could completely understand. A person could read about the expedition. A person could study the photographs. A person could listen to the stories. But only the men who had been there knew what it felt like to stand on the ice beside the dying ship. That shared experience became a permanent bond. The expedition also created an unusual relationship between memory and place. The men left Antarctica. But Antarctica remained part of their personal history. For some, it became a story they told for the rest of their lives. For others, the memories were more complicated. Extreme experiences can remain powerful long after the danger has disappeared. The sound of ice breaking, the movement of a boat, the cold of the wind, the sight of a ship sinking, these things can remain vivid. Yet the expedition was also filled with moments of beauty. The Antarctic sky could be extraordinary. The landscape could appear almost unreal. Mountains rose from the sea. Glaciers descended toward the coast. Icebergs floated in colors ranging from white to deep blue. The men sometimes saw seals resting on the ice. Penguins gathered near the shore. Birds moved above the water. Even in the middle of a survival crisis, the natural world could be beautiful. That contrast may be one reason the expedition's photographs remain so compelling. They do not show Antarctica as simply a place of death. They show it as a place of immense beauty and immense danger. The two existed together. The same ice that could destroy a ship could also create a landscape of extraordinary beauty. The same ocean that nearly killed the men could also carry them towards South Georgia. Nature did not choose one meaning. The men experienced both. The expedition also reminds us that exploration has always involved uncertainty. Modern people sometimes imagine historical explorers as men who knew exactly what they were doing. In reality, they often knew very little about what waited ahead. Maps contained blank spaces. Weather was poorly understood. Medical knowledge was limited. Communication was slow. A journey could take months or years. The men of the Endurance were experienced. But they were not all-knowing. They entered a region where conditions could change faster than their plans. That uncertainty makes their story more remarkable. They did not survive because they knew everything. They survived because they learned continuously. Every problem taught them something. Every mistake became information. Every difficult day improved their understanding of the environment. That is how exploration often works. The first journey is rarely perfect. It reveals what the next journey must understand. The Endurance Expedition therefore contributed to a larger history of Antarctic knowledge. Even failure can produce knowledge. The men learned about the movement of sea ice. They recorded conditions. They observed wildlife. They documented geography. They gathered information that would remain useful to future researchers. And Frank Hurley preserved visual evidence that continues to help historians understand the expedition. In this sense, the journey was not wasted. Its original objective failed. But knowledge remained, and so did the human story. The wreck discovery in 2022 added another chapter. When modern explorers located the Endurance, they were not simply finding an old ship. They were reconnecting the present with a moment from the past. The ship had been lost in 1915 for more than a century. It remained beneath the sea. Then, in 2022, modern technology brought her back into view. The discovery was remarkable partly because of the condition of the wreck. The cold environment had helped preserve it. The ship still looked like a ship. Her wooden hull remained visible. Her stern still carried the name Endurance. The discovery allowed the world to see something that had been hidden for generations. It also gave the expedition a kind of final resting place. The ship would not be raised. She would remain where she had fallen. That seemed appropriate. Antarctica had claimed the ship. But it had not claimed the story. The wreck became a monument beneath the water, a quiet monument, no stone, no statue, no building, just wood resting in darkness. And perhaps there is something fitting about that. The Endurance was never meant to become a monument. She was built to travel. She was built to carry men into the unknown. She was built for movement. But after the ice stopped her, she became part of the landscape. Her final journey was not across Antarctica. It was downward into the Weddell Sea. And there she remained. The men, however, continued moving. That difference is important. The ship stopped. The people did not. That is the simplest summary of the entire expedition. The ship stopped. The people continued. The plan stopped. The people continued. The journey stopped. The people continued. And eventually they reached home. There is something deeply human in that pattern. People often imagine endurance as a quality that means becoming stronger than everything around you. But the endurance story suggests something gentler. Endurance can mean continuing without knowing exactly how things will turn out. It can mean accepting that the original plan is gone. It can mean taking care of the person next to you. It can mean doing the next necessary thing. Not everything has to be solved at once. Sometimes only the next problem needs to be solved. For the men on the ice, that might have meant getting through one night, then one morning, then one more day. For the men in the James Caird, it meant reaching the next position, then surviving the next storm, then finding land. For Shackleton, it meant finding a ship, then another ship, then another attempt. For Wild, it meant keeping 22 men organized on Elephant Island. The enormous journey was made from small tasks. That may be the most useful lesson hidden inside the story. A huge problem can sometimes be survived by breaking it into smaller problems. The men could not solve the Antarctic. They could not control the Southern Ocean. They could not repair the entire situation at once, but they could solve today's problem, then tomorrow's, then the next. Eventually, those small victories became survival, and survival became history. The Endurance Expedition also reminds us that courage does not always look dramatic. Sometimes courage is quiet. A man wakes up in a cold tent and gets dressed. A sailor climbs out into freezing wind to adjust a rope. A navigator studies an instrument while exhausted. A doctor checks another man's health. A carpenter repairs a damaged boat. A leader makes a difficult decision. A group waits together. These actions may never appear in a movie trailer, but they are the real substance of endurance. There were no guarantees. There was no certainty that the James Caird would reach South Georgia. There was no certainty that Shackleton would return. There was no certainty that the rescue ship would reach Elephant Island. Yet the men continued acting as if survival remained possible. That is different from blind optimism. It is practical hope. Hope combined with work. Hope combined with preparation. Hope combined with patience. The men did not simply sit and wish for rescue. They prepared themselves for rescue. They protected food. They repaired equipment. They maintained shelter. They watched the horizon. They kept themselves alive. That made hope useful. It became a reason to act. And when the ship finally appeared near Elephant Island, the months of preparation suddenly mattered. The men were ready. They could leave quickly. They had preserved themselves. They had done what they could while waiting. Then the moment came, a ship, a shoreline, people home. The story had reached its quiet conclusion. But history often continues after the final page. The men returned to ordinary life. Some continued working at sea. Some served during the war. Some remained involved in exploration. Their lives continued in different directions, but the expedition stayed connected to them. And generations later, their journey continued to inspire books, films, documentaries, lectures, and historical research. People still study Shackleton's leadership. They still examine Worsley's navigation. They still admire Hurley's photographs. They still discuss the extraordinary condition of the wreck. and they still wonder what it must have been like to live for months on drifting Antarctic ice. Perhaps we can never completely know, but the records allow us to come close. The journals tell us what the men saw. The photographs show us what the landscape looked like. The maps show where they traveled. The wreck shows where the story of the ship ended. Together, those pieces create something remarkable, a bridge across time. A person sitting quietly today can look at a photograph taken in 1915 and see the same ship, the same wooden hull, the same masts, the same Antarctic horizon. More than a century separates the viewer from the people in the photograph, yet the image connects them. That is one of the gifts of history. It allows the past to become present for a moment. And the Endurance story is especially powerful because the people in those photographs did not know what would happen. They were standing at the beginning of an unknown future. We know the future. We know the ship will sink. We know the men will survive. We know the rescue will eventually succeed. But they knew none of that. They had only the present. That is perhaps the deepest lesson of their story. The future is always unknown. The only thing a person truly controls is what they do with the present. The men of the Endurance did not know where the ice would carry them. They did not know whether their boats would survive. They did not know whether Worsley's calculations would be correct. They did not know whether South Georgia would appear. They did not know whether the rescue ship would arrive. But they could make the next decision, and then another, and another, until the impossible became possible, until the ice became open water, until the open water became land, until land became a whaling station, until a whaling station became a rescue mission, until Elephant Island became a memory, and finally until the men were home. The expedition had begun with a grand dream, but it ended with something quieter. 28 men alive, that was enough, more than enough. The Antarctic remained unconquered. The ice remained. The mountains remained. The ocean remained. But the men had passed through the wilderness and returned. And so, when the name Endurance is spoken today, it can be understood in two ways. It is the name of a ship, and it is the quality that allowed the people aboard her to survive. The ship rests beneath the Weddell Sea. The men are gone. The expedition belongs to history, but the idea remains. When circumstances change, adapt. When the path disappears, find another. When the destination becomes impossible, protect what matters most. When the people beside you are struggling, help them. When the future is uncertain, focus on the next step. And when the journey seems impossibly long, remember that endurance does not require knowing exactly when the journey will end. It only requires continuing. One day, 1 mile. One decision, one breath, and then another. The Antarctic wind continues to move across the ice. The Southern Ocean continues to rise and fall. The mountains of South Georgia still stand above the sea. Elephant Island remains remote and quiet. And deep beneath the water, the Endurance rests peacefully. The old ship no longer moves, but her story still does. It moves through books, through photographs, through classrooms, through documentaries, through the memories of generations. And perhaps on a quiet night, when the world outside has become still, the story can be remembered in its simplest form. A group of explorers went south. The ice took their ship, the ocean took their route. The wilderness took their certainty, but it could not take their determination. They waited, they worked, they traveled, they helped one another, and they came home. That is the story of the Endurance, not a story about conquering Antarctica, a story about learning how to survive it. And after more than a century, the final image remains almost peaceful. The sea is dark. The ice is distant. The wreck lies quietly below. There are no voices, no engines, no footsteps. Only the slow movement of the water. The adventure is finished. The men are home in history. The ship is home beneath the sea, and the name remains Endurance. By endurance, they conquered. The story of the Endurance can also be understood through the places that shaped it. Each place became a different chapter. England was the beginning. The Southern Ocean was the test. The Weddell Sea became the prison. The drifting ice became a temporary home. Elephant Island became a refuge. South Georgia became the doorway back to civilization. And the sea between those places became the road home. None of these places were ordinary. Yet for the men, they slowly became familiar. That is one of the strange things about human beings. We can become accustomed to almost anything. At first, Antarctica must have seemed impossibly harsh. The cold felt extreme. Landscape looked endless. The wind seemed powerful enough to erase every sign of human presence. But after months, the men understood its rhythms. They knew how the light changed. They knew how the wind sounded before a storm. They learned how to walk across snow. They learned how to protect their faces. They learned how to arrange their equipment. They learned where to place a tent. They learned when to stay inside. They learned when to move. This gradual learning process was one of the hidden achievements of the expedition. The men did not become stronger overnight. They became more experienced one day at a time. Every morning taught them something. Every mistake had a consequence. Every successful repair gave them confidence. Every storm they survived gave them another piece of knowledge. In this way, the expedition became a classroom. The teacher was Antarctica. The lessons were sometimes severe, but the students learned. One of the most important lessons was patience. Modern life encourages speed. Messages arrive immediately. Transportation is fast. Information is available within seconds. But Antarctica did not operate according to human schedules. If the weather was dangerous, the men waited. If the ice was unstable, they waited. If the sea was too rough, they waited. Waiting could be frustrating, but impatience could be dangerous. A decision made too early could cost a life. A journey started during the wrong weather could become impossible. So the men learned to recognize the difference between courage and recklessness. Courage was not always moving forward. Sometimes courage meant staying where they were. Sometimes the strongest decision was to wait. That idea became especially important during the months on the ice. The men could not simply choose their destination. They were carried by the drifting ice. They had to observe. They had to measure. They had to understand. Then they had to decide when action was necessary. The balance between waiting and acting became one of the central themes of the expedition. Too much waiting could become dangerous. Too much movement could also become dangerous. The men had to find the right moment. That required judgment. And judgment became more important as their resources became limited. Every decision had a cost. Moving equipment required energy. Eating food reduced their supplies. Repairing one object might require materials that could be needed later. Traveling too far could exhaust the men. Staying too long could allow the ice to break apart. There was no perfect answer. There was only the best decision available at the time. This is another reason the expedition remains interesting to historians. The men were constantly making decisions under uncertainty. And uncertainty is one of the hardest conditions in which human beings can operate. If a person knows exactly what will happen, decisions become easier. If a person knows nothing, decisions become impossible. The difficult middle ground is when there is enough information to act, but not enough to guarantee success. That was the world of the Endurance. Worsley could calculate a position, but he could not guarantee that the calculation was perfect. Shackleton could choose a route, but he could not guarantee the weather. The men could prepare a boat, but they could not guarantee the sea would spare it. They could prepare for rescue, but they could not guarantee that rescue would come. Yet preparation continued. That is perhaps the definition of practical courage. Prepare as if success is possible. Act as if your actions matter. And accept that the result is never completely under your control. The men also learned to value simplicity. When civilization disappears, complicated systems become difficult to maintain. A person begins to notice what is truly necessary: food, water, warmth, shelter, clothing, tools, companionship. Everything else becomes secondary. This reduction in needs may have been one of the strangest experiences of the expedition. In ordinary life, people accumulate possessions. They carry many objects. They have choices. They have comfort. On the ice, choices became limited. A man might own only a few useful possessions, but those few possessions mattered enormously. A good pair of gloves could protect his hands. A dry sleeping bag could protect his life. A reliable knife could solve dozens of problems. A strong rope could secure a boat. The men learned the value of things that modern people often overlook. They also learned the value of people. A person could become more important than any object. Someone who could repair equipment, someone who could cook, someone who could navigate, someone who could make another person laugh, someone who could remain calm during a crisis. These qualities became valuable resources. In extreme conditions, personality itself becomes part of survival equipment. A calm person can reduce panic. A practical person can solve problems. A humorous person can improve morale. A dependable person can create trust. A leader can provide direction. A skilled navigator can provide a route. A doctor can preserve health. A carpenter can preserve shelter. The expedition required all of them. This is why the word crew is so important. The men were not simply passengers. They were a working community. Everyone had a role. Everyone depended on everyone else. And when the situation changed, everyone had to become flexible. The ship's destruction erased many of the boundaries between jobs. The men had to carry, they had to pull, they had to repair. They had to cook, they had to clean, they had to watch, they had to wait, they had to encourage. The expedition became a shared responsibility. Perhaps that is why the final rescue feels so satisfying. When the Yelcho approached Elephant Island, it was not rescuing a group of helpless strangers. It was rescuing a group of men who had spent months keeping themselves alive. They had done their part. Shackleton had done his. Worsley had done his. Wild had done his. The rescue was the final connection between two groups that had been separated by distance and uncertainty. On Elephant Island, Wild had kept the men ready. At South Georgia, Shackleton had kept searching for a ship. The Yelcho provided the final link. The rescue was therefore a collective achievement. No single person could have done it alone. That pattern had existed throughout the expedition. The journey began with a large ship. It continued with a smaller camp, then with boats, then with one tiny lifeboat, then with 3 exhausted men crossing a mountain island, then with a rescue ship. The scale became smaller and smaller, yet the human determination remained. Perhaps that is what makes the story feel almost like a gradual narrowing of the world. At the beginning, the expedition was enormous. A large ship, a large crew, a huge objective, a continent to cross. Then the ship disappeared, the objective disappeared, the group became smaller, the resources became fewer, the choices became narrower. But the determination became more concentrated. By the time Shackleton and his companions reached South Georgia, only 3 men were walking, 3 men carrying the entire hope of the expedition. And when Shackleton reached the whaling station, that hope expanded again. A ship, a rescue attempt, another ship, another attempt. Finally, 22 men were brought out of Elephant Island. The circle closed. The expedition returned to its original number, 28 men. One by one, they stepped aboard, and the island became empty. There is something almost poetic about that final departure. The place that had represented isolation became the place where isolation ended. The same shoreline that had watched Shackleton leave now watched him return. The same sea that had carried him away now carried him back. The difference was enormous. When he left, nobody knew whether he would succeed. When he returned, the promise had been fulfilled. Every man was alive. The rescue ship moved away from the island. The men looked back. Perhaps some of them felt relief. Perhaps some felt sadness. They had suffered there. But they had also built a community there. They had survived there. Elephant Island had become part of their history. Eventually, it disappeared behind them. The ocean stretched ahead. This time, however, the direction was clear. Home. Home was no longer a distant idea. It was a real destination. That simple word must have carried enormous emotional weight. Home meant people who had been waiting. Home meant food without rationing. Home meant warmth. Home meant dry clothing. Home meant a bed. Home meant a door that closed. Home meant not having to watch the horizon for rescue. The men were returning to ordinary life. But ordinary life had become extraordinary. A warm room could feel like luxury. A hot meal could feel like a celebration. A quiet night's sleep could feel like a gift. The expedition had changed their definition of comfort. It had also changed their understanding of distance. The places that had once seemed impossibly far away had become real memories. South Georgia was no longer a dot on a map. Elephant Island was no longer just a geographical name. The Weddell Sea was no longer an empty region. Each place had a story, each place had a face, each place had a sound. And perhaps that is what exploration truly does. It transforms unknown places into remembered places. Before the expedition, Antarctica was distant. Afterward, it was personal. For the rest of their lives, the men could say they had stood there. They had walked across it. They had slept on its ice. They had sailed its ocean. They had seen its mountains. They had survived its storms. That experience could never be taken away. The expedition also created a record for future generations. The journals preserved details. The photographs preserved images. The navigation records preserved positions. The shipwreck preserved the physical remains. Together, these records allowed future historians to reconstruct the journey. That reconstruction became increasingly detailed as technology improved. In the 21st century, researchers could compare historical observations with modern maps and satellite information. They could understand the movement of the ice more accurately. They could study the wreck. They could examine the expedition's route. And they could see how closely the historical records matched modern discoveries. The discovery of the wreck was particularly satisfying because it answered a question that had remained open for generations. Where exactly was the Endurance? For decades, the answer was uncertain. Then modern technology found her. The ship was lying on the seafloor, remarkably preserved. The discovery did not change what happened in 1915, but it changed what people could see. The past became visible again. The wreck also showed how powerful the Antarctic environment could be. The ship had been crushed by ice, yet the cold water had preserved much of her. The same environment that destroyed the ship had also protected its remains. That contradiction is characteristic of Antarctica. Destruction and preservation can exist together. Ice can crush wood, cold can preserve wood, the ocean can destroy, the ocean can protect. The environment does not have a single personality, it simply follows physical laws. The men had to learn to live within those laws. And perhaps that is the most accurate description of the entire expedition. They learned, again and again. They learned that the ice was stronger than the ship. They learned that the ocean was larger than their boat. They learned that distance could not be judged by a map alone. They learned that exhaustion could be dangerous. They learned that morale mattered. They learned that leadership mattered. They learned that cooperation mattered. And they learned that survival could depend on patience. Those lessons are why the story continues to be studied. Not because the men were invincible. They were not. They were tired. They were cold. They were afraid. They made mistakes. They experienced frustration. They lost equipment. They lost their ship. They faced uncertainty. Their strength came from continuing despite those things. That makes their story more believable. It is easier to admire a person who never seems afraid, but real endurance is more complicated. A person can be afraid and continue. A person can be exhausted and continue. A person can be uncertain and continue. That is what the Endurance Expedition demonstrates. The men did not need to know that everything would be fine. They only needed enough hope to take the next step, and then another. The Antarctic gave them no easy victories. Instead, it gave them a long series of difficult choices, but each choice carried them forward. Eventually, the choices became a journey. The journey became a story, and the story became history. More than 100 years later, the name Endurance still has a particular sound. It feels steady. It feels patient. It feels quiet. Perhaps that is appropriate. The expedition was dramatic, but its greatest strength was not drama, it was persistence. The men kept going. They did not know when the journey would end. They did not know what would happen tomorrow, but they kept preparing for tomorrow. That is the quiet heart of the story. And perhaps it is worth ending this long journey where the story itself began to become something larger than exploration. Not with the ship, not with the ice, not with the storm, but with the men. 28 people who went south expecting an extraordinary adventure. 28 people who watched their plans disappear. 28 people who adapted to a world they could not control. 28 people who eventually returned home. The Endurance is now silent beneath the Weddell Sea. But the men are still present in history. Their names remain. Their photographs remain. Their journals remain. Their decisions remain. Their story remains. And on quiet nights more than a century later, it is easy to imagine the Antarctic as they once saw it. A pale horizon, a cold wind, a dark ocean, snow beneath their boots, a distant mountain, the slow movement of ice, and somewhere in that immense silence, a small group of human beings continuing forward, not because they knew exactly where the road would lead, but because stopping was not an option, so they moved, slowly, carefully, together. And eventually, after one of the longest and most difficult journeys imaginable, they reached the place every traveler hopes to see at the end of a dangerous road. home. The Endurance had been lost. The expedition had changed. The original dream had disappeared, but the people remained. And that was enough to turn a failed crossing into one of the greatest survival stories of the 20th century. The ship could not endure forever. The ice was too powerful. The ocean was too vast. But the human spirit aboard that ship endured. And perhaps that is the final meaning of the name. Endurance, not the promise that nothing will break, but the promise that when something breaks, you will find a way to continue. By the time the men finally returned to civilization, Antarctica had become more than a distant place on a map. It had become part of them. They had spent months living with cold, darkness, hunger, uncertainty, and silence. They had watched their ship disappear beneath the ice. They had slept on drifting floes, traveled in small boats, and crossed dangerous seas. Yet perhaps the strangest part was returning to ordinary life. A warm room could feel almost unreal. A soft bed could seem strangely comfortable. A full meal could feel like a luxury. And the simple sound of people talking about everyday things could remind them just how far away they had been. The world had continued while they were gone. Newspapers had been printed. Trains had traveled across countries. Families had celebrated birthdays. Children had grown older. Businesses had opened and closed. And a terrible world war had continued across Europe. The men had missed all of it. For a long time, their world had consisted of ice, ocean, wind, and the small community of people around them. Now they had returned to a much larger world. But they were not the same men who had sailed south aboard the Endurance. They had learned things that ordinary life could never easily teach. They had learned patience. They had learned discipline. They had learned how important companionship could become when there was nowhere else to go. Most importantly, they had learned that a plan could disappear in an instant. When that happened, survival depended on the ability to create a new plan. This became one of the lasting lessons of Shackleton's expedition. The original mission had been ambitious. The Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition hoped to cross the Antarctic continent from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea. Instead, the expedition became a struggle simply to escape the continent's frozen interior. But history did not remember the expedition only because its original goal failed. It remembered the men because they adapted. That distinction matters. Exploration is often described through destinations, but sometimes the journey becomes more important than the destination. The Endurance never completed the journey it had been built for. Still, the expedition became one of the greatest survival stories in polar history. And at the center of that story was a simple idea: people mattered more than the plan. Shackleton understood that once the ship was gone, continuing toward the original objective would be impossible. There was no glory in sacrificing the crew for a geographical achievement, so the goal changed. First, survive on the ice. Then reach land, then reach safety. Then return for everyone. One goal became another, and each goal was just difficult enough. The men did not need to solve their entire future at once. They only needed to solve the problem directly in front of them. That approach helped them survive. On one day, the problem might be finding food. On another, it might be repairing a boat. On another, it might be finding a safe place to camp. And on another, it might simply be staying warm. Life had become a series of small problems. The men solved them one by one. That is perhaps why the story remains so calming when told slowly. There was no single moment when everything was saved. There were hundreds of small moments. A rope was secured. A meal was prepared. A damaged piece of equipment was repaired. A course was calculated. A tent was protected from the wind. A tired man was encouraged. Then another day passed. And another, slowly, almost invisibly, survival became possible. The men could not control Antarctica. They could only control their response to it. The ice would continue moving. The winds would continue blowing. The Southern Ocean would continue rising and falling. The men simply learned how to live within those conditions. And perhaps that is the quietest lesson of the entire Endurance story. Sometimes endurance does not mean defeating the thing in front of you. Sometimes it means understanding it, respecting it, adapting to it, and continuing through it. Deep beneath the Weddell Sea, the remains of the Endurance now rest in silence. The ship that once carried dreams of crossing Antarctica is no longer moving, but the men who sailed aboard her carried the story home. And more than a century later, that story still moves from one generation to another. The ship was lost, the expedition changed, but the people endured. And that was enough. After the rescue, the men slowly returned to ordinary life. For most people, home was simply home. For these men, home had become something they had imagined for months. They had dreamed about warm rooms, fresh food, dry clothes, and familiar voices. Now those things were real again. Yet ordinary life could feel strangely different after such an extreme experience. In Antarctica, every object had a purpose. A rope could save a boat. A coat could protect a life. A small amount of food could determine how long the group could remain in one place. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was taken for granted. Back in civilization, there was abundance. There were stores filled with food. There were comfortable beds. There were heated buildings. There were ships that could travel without worrying about sea ice. The contrast must have been enormous. The men had learned that comfort was not something to assume. It was something to appreciate. Their expedition also changed the meaning of leadership. Before Antarctica, Shackleton had been an explorer with an ambitious goal. After Antarctica, he became famous for something different. He had brought his men home. That achievement became more important than the geographical objective they had abandoned. In later years, people would study Shackleton's leadership and discuss his decisions. They would talk about his optimism, his ability to adapt, and his understanding of the personalities around him. But Shackleton himself had not been thinking about leadership theories. He had been dealing with real people in real danger. If someone became discouraged, he had to respond. If equipment failed, he had to find another solution. If the weather changed, the plan had to change. If an opportunity appeared, he had to recognize it. His leadership was practical. It was built around circumstances rather than rigid rules. That flexibility became essential. The expedition had begun with a carefully designed plan. Antarctica destroyed that plan almost completely. Yet Shackleton never allowed the loss of the plan to become the loss of purpose. The purpose became survival, and survival required cooperation. Every person had something to contribute. Frank Worsley had extraordinary navigation skills. Harry McNish had valuable carpentry experience. Frank Wild helped maintain order among the men. Tom Crean repeatedly demonstrated remarkable physical endurance. The doctors cared for the health of the group. Frank Hurley documented the journey. Other crew members performed countless necessary tasks. Some contributions became famous. Others disappeared into the background. But survival rarely depends on one dramatic action. It depends on many small actions happening at the right time. Someone prepares food. Someone checks equipment. Someone watches the weather. Someone repairs clothing. Someone encourages a tired companion. Someone makes a calculation. Someone wakes during the night to keep watch. Each action seems small. Together, they become survival. This was particularly important during the long months on the ice. The men needed routine. They needed something that made one day different from another. Morning came. Work began. Food was prepared. Equipment was checked. The men moved when movement was possible. They rested when it was necessary. At night, they gathered inside their shelters. They talked. They joked. They remembered home. Then they slept. The next morning began again. This simple routine protected them from one of the greatest dangers of isolation: despair. When a person has no idea when a difficult situation will end, the mind can become overwhelmed. The men could not know when the ice would release them. They could not know when they would reach land. They could not know when rescue would come. So they focused on the day they were living. That was enough. One day at a time, one task at a time, one decision at a time. The expedition also taught them to respect patience. There were moments when moving quickly would have been dangerous. The weather had to be watched. The ice had to be studied. The sea had to be judged. A decision made too early could create a greater problem. Waiting was sometimes the safest form of action. This is one of the quieter lessons hidden inside the story. Endurance does not always look like movement. Sometimes endurance looks like waiting, waiting without giving up, waiting while preparing, waiting while watching for an opportunity. That was what the men did repeatedly. They waited for the ice to change. They waited for better weather. They waited for a safe moment to launch the boats. They waited for rescue, but they never stopped preparing. When the opportunity finally came, they were ready. That principle followed them through every stage of the journey. Preparation created possibilities. The James Caird was prepared before it entered the Southern Ocean. Navigation equipment was protected. Food was carefully managed. The men prepared themselves mentally for a difficult voyage. Then they sailed. The crossing was dangerous, but preparation gave them a chance. The same thing happened during the rescue. Shackleton did not simply reach South Georgia and assume the others were safe. He immediately began searching for a way back. The first attempts failed, then another attempt, and another. He kept looking. Eventually, the Yelcho carried the rescue mission toward Elephant Island. The men waiting there had spent months hopping for that moment. When the ship finally appeared, their long period of uncertainty ended almost instantly. The island that had once represented isolation became the place where the expedition finally came together again. Every man survived. That fact would become the defining achievement of the expedition, not the miles traveled, not the geographical discoveries, not the original objective. The people. 28 men went south. 28 men came home. And that simple fact transformed the meaning of the entire journey. The Endurance itself had not survived, but the expedition had. The ship became a wreck. The mission became a survival journey. The route became a memory, but the crew remained alive. More than a century later, the wreck would be found again beneath the Weddell Sea. Modern explorers would see the ship resting on the seafloor. The name Endurance would still be visible. The wooden hull would still tell part of the story. It was as if the Antarctic had preserved a final photograph of the expedition. The men had left, the ship remained, and history had finally caught up with it. Today, the story of the Endurance continues to fascinate people because it is about more than Antarctica. It is about what people do when their carefully prepared plans disappear. It is about adaptation. It is about patience. It is about responsibility. It is about friendship. And it is about continuing when the destination seems impossibly far away. The men did not conquer Antarctica. They did something more practical. They learned how to survive it. And in the end, they returned home together. The ice remained. The ocean remained. The mountains remained. But the men had endured. That was the real achievement. And perhaps that is why, after all these years, the name still feels so appropriate. Endurance. A ship's name, a journey's name, and finally, a description of the people who refuse to stop moving forward. The story of the Endurance becomes even more remarkable when we remember how little the men could know about the world around them. Today, Antarctica can be photographed from space. Weather systems can be tracked across computer screens. Ships can communicate with satellites. Modern explorers can use GPS to know their exact position. The men of Shackleton's expedition had none of that. Their world was much quieter: a compass, a sextant, a watch, a chart, the stars, the sun, and their own judgment. These were the tools that connected them to the outside world. Navigation was therefore not simply a technical skill. It was a form of survival. Frank Worsley had to make calculations with incomplete information. Clouds could hide the sun. Storms could make observations impossible. The ship could rise and fall violently on the waves. Even a small error in position could become important after many days at sea. Yet Worsley continued working. His task required patience. He had to wait for moments when the sky opened. He had to take observations quickly. Then he had to calculate. The other men depended on those calculations. They could not see South Georgia. They had to trust the navigator. That trust was essential. The same kind of trust existed throughout the expedition. The men trusted the doctor to care for injuries. They trusted the carpenter to repair equipment. They trusted the sailors to handle the boats. They trusted the leaders to make decisions. And perhaps most importantly, they trusted one another to keep working. Without trust, the expedition could have collapsed long before the rescue. The Antarctic environment already created enough danger. The men did not need conflict among themselves to make it worse. So Shackleton tried to maintain discipline without destroying morale. That balance was not always easy. People who live together for months under extreme conditions will naturally disagree. They become tired. They become frustrated. They miss home. They may react differently to fear. A good leader cannot remove those emotions, but a good leader can prevent them from controlling the group. Shackleton understood the value of keeping people occupied. Work gave the men something to focus on. It also gave them a sense of purpose. Even simple tasks mattered: cleaning equipment, preparing food, caring for the dogs, checking tents, repairing clothing. These activities prevented the days from becoming empty. An empty day can feel much longer than a difficult working day. The men therefore worked. And while they worked, time passed, weeks became months. The Antarctic seasons changed. The light changed. The temperature changed. The ice changed. The expedition changed with it. At first, the men expected to continue toward their planned destination. Later, they expected to reach open water. Then they hoped to reach land. Then they hoped for rescue. Their expectations changed because their circumstances changed. That flexibility was essential. It is easy to imagine endurance as stubbornness, but stubbornness would not have saved them. If Shackleton had stubbornly insisted on continuing the original plan, the expedition might have ended differently. Instead, he changed direction when reality demanded it. That is one of the most important differences between persistence and stubbornness. Persistence means continuing toward what matters. Stubbornness means continuing the same action even when it no longer works. The men of the Endurance needed persistence. They did not need stubbornness. When the ship was lost, they abandoned the old plan. When the ice became dangerous, they changed their route. When Elephant Island proved too remote for easy rescue, Shackleton sailed toward South Georgia. When the first rescue attempts failed, he tried again. The destination changed. The methods changed. The responsibility remained. Bring the men home, that was the constant. Everything else could change. This idea explains much of Shackleton's success. He had a clear purpose but flexible methods. He did not confuse the plan with the mission. The plan could fail. The mission could continue. That distinction is useful far beyond polar exploration. People often become emotionally attached to a particular plan. When the plan fails, they feel that everything has failed. But sometimes the plan is only one path toward a larger goal. If the path disappears, another path may still exist. The Endurance Expedition demonstrated that principle under extraordinary conditions. The men had no choice but to learn it. The ice had erased their original route, so they created another. The ocean blocked one direction, they searched for another. The first rescue attempt failed, they tried again. The second failed, they tried again. Eventually, the third attempt succeeded. That persistence is one of the quietest parts of the story. There was no guarantee that the next attempt would work, but giving up would guarantee failure. So Shackleton kept trying. Meanwhile, the men on Elephant Island continued waiting. Their patience was just as important. They had to remain physically healthy. They had to conserve supplies. They had to maintain shelter. They had to keep hope alive. Waiting became their form of endurance. The men who sailed to South Georgia endured the ocean. The men who stayed behind endured uncertainty. Both forms of endurance were necessary, and eventually they came together. The rescue of Elephant Island was more than the end of a difficult expedition. It was proof that cooperation could connect people across enormous distances. 6 men had left the island. 22 had remained. The 6 found help. The 22 remained alive. Then the 6 returned. The circle was complete. Every man was accounted for. That was the moment when the long story finally became a successful survival story. But history continued to examine what had happened. Researchers studied the decisions. Historians compared journals. Scientists examined the environment. Modern explorers studied the route. And the story grew larger. Shackleton became a symbol. The Endurance became a symbol. The expedition became a symbol. But symbols can sometimes hide the ordinary people underneath them. The real men were more complicated. They had different personalities, different strengths, different weaknesses. They sometimes disagreed. They became tired. They experienced fear. They also laughed. They enjoyed small pleasures. They appreciated simple food. They watched the sky. They cared for animals. They talked about home. These ordinary details make the story feel real. They remind us that history is not made only from famous moments. History is also made from thousands of ordinary moments that nobody writes down. A man tying his boot, a man drinking tea, a man checking a rope, a man looking toward the horizon, a man helping another man stand. Those moments may never appear in a textbook, but without them, the famous moments could never happen. The Endurance Expedition was built from those small actions, one after another, day after day, until survival became possible. And perhaps the quietest image of the entire story is not the ship trapped in ice. It is a man waking inside a cold tent. For a moment, he may not remember where he is. Then he feels the cold, he hears the wind, he remembers the situation, he gets dressed, he steps outside. The world is white, the horizon is distant. There is work to do, so he begins. Another day, another task, another attempt. That is endurance, not a single heroic moment, but the decision to begin again and again and again. As the days continued, the Antarctic landscape became strangely familiar to the men. They learned its colors, they learned its sounds. They learned the difference between a quiet sea and a dangerous one. They learned how the wind moved across the ice. They learned to watch the clouds. They learned that the landscape could appear completely unchanged while the ice beneath their feet was slowly moving. This was one of the most difficult things to understand. The men could stand in the same place and believe they were stationary, but the ice was carrying them, slowly, almost invisibly. Their position on the map was changing even when they were doing nothing. In ordinary life, staying still usually means staying in the same place. In the Antarctic pack ice, staying still could mean traveling. The men were passengers on a frozen ocean. They had no control over its direction. The ice moved according to wind and currents. Sometimes it carried them closer to safety. Sometimes it carried them farther away. That uncertainty made patience difficult. Yet there was very little they could do about it. They had to watch. They had to wait. They had to conserve energy. And they had to be ready when the situation changed. This created a strange rhythm. Long periods of waiting could suddenly be interrupted by intense activity. A crack might appear in the ice. The men would need to move equipment. A lead of open water might appear. The boats might need to be prepared. A storm might arrive. The tents might need to be secured. Then, after the emergency passed, everything would become quiet again. This rhythm shaped their lives. The men became accustomed to uncertainty. They could never assume that a calm morning would remain calm by afternoon. They learned to stay prepared. Preparation became almost a habit. Clothing was checked, food was protected, equipment was kept ready, the boats were maintained. The men watched one another. No one wanted to be caught unprepared when the ice changed. The same principle applied to their mental state. They needed to remain ready for bad news, but they also needed to remain ready for good news. That was important. If the ice opened, they needed to move. If a rescue opportunity appeared, they needed to act. If a boat became available, they needed to be prepared. Hope was useful only when combined with readiness. The men understood that. They waited, but they did not simply sit and dream. They prepared. This became particularly important when the time finally came to leave the ice. The boats were their connection to open water. But a boat sitting on the ice was not yet a journey. The men needed to prepare everything: food, water, clothing, navigation equipment, ropes, tools, and themselves. They had to make difficult choices about what could be carried and what had to be left behind. Every pound mattered. A heavy object could increase the effort required to move the boat, but a missing object could create a serious problem later. The men therefore had to decide what was essential. This was another lesson Antarctica taught them. When resources are limited, priorities become clear. Some things are necessary. Some things are useful. Some things are simply unnecessary weight. The men became very good at understanding the difference. The same principle had already been applied when they abandoned the Endurance. They could not take everything. The ship had contained years of preparation. But once the ship was lost, most of that preparation became inaccessible. The men had to choose what could travel with them. Their new world had to fit into sledges, boats, and packs. Everything else remained behind. It was a painful transformation. The expedition had begun with confidence. Now it was built around scarcity, but scarcity also created focus. The men knew exactly what mattered: warmth, food, water, shelter, transportation, navigation, health, company. Those were the essentials. Everything else could wait. That simplicity may have helped them mentally. They did not need to think about the thousands of ordinary problems that occupy people in normal life. They had only a few problems, but those problems were enormous. The Antarctic also changed their understanding of silence. In civilization, silence is usually temporary. There are always distant sounds, traffic, people, machinery, animals wind through buildings. In Antarctica, silence could become enormous. There might be no human sound beyond the camp, no engines, no distant voices, no city, no music, only wind. Sometimes even the wind disappeared. Then the landscape became almost completely still. The men could hear small sounds that would normally be hidden. The movement of snow, the creaking of ice, the water beneath the surface. The distant calls of animals. Silence made every sound important. It also made conversation valuable. A simple conversation could break the emptiness. A joke could make the day feel lighter. A story about home could remind the men that another world existed beyond the horizon. They carried memories with them, memories of families, memories of England, memories of other journeys, memories of ordinary streets. Those memories became psychological shelter. The physical shelters protected their bodies. Memory protected their minds. Perhaps that is why people under extreme conditions often talk about home. Home is not simply a place. It is a reminder of identity. The men were not only explorers trapped in Antarctica. They were sons, brothers, husbands, friends, workers, sailors. They had lives waiting for them. Remembering those lives helped them continue. The expedition therefore became both a physical and emotional journey. They were moving toward safety. But they were also holding on to the idea of who they were before Antarctica. And eventually they returned. When the men finally reached civilization, they carried Antarctica with them. They could describe the ice. They could describe the storms. They could describe the ship. They could describe the boats. But perhaps no description could fully explain the experience. Some experiences are too large for words. A person can describe freezing cold, but that does not allow another person to feel it. A person can describe darkness, but that does not recreate months without ordinary daylight. A person can describe isolation, but that does not reproduce the feeling of being thousands of miles from home. History can preserve facts, it can preserve names, it can preserve dates, it can preserve photographs, but there will always be something beyond the record, the feeling of being there. That part belongs to the people who experienced it. Still, the records allow us to come close. The photographs remain, the journals remain, the ship remains, the maps remain, and the story remains. Together, they create a window into a world that no longer exists in the same form. A world before satellites, before GPS, before modern Antarctic research stations. A world in which a small wooden boat could become the most important object on an enormous ocean. A world in which 6 men could disappear beyond the horizon and still be expected to find their way across hundreds of miles of open water. A world in which waiting for rescue meant staring at the sea. The Endurance Expedition belongs to that world, but its lessons belong to every world. Plans change, circumstances change, people become tired, uncertainty arrives, and when it does, the next step matters. That was what the men learned. They did not need to know everything. They needed to know enough to continue. They did not need to know exactly when they would be rescued. They needed to stay ready for rescue. They did not need to know whether every decision would succeed. They needed to make the best decision they could. And when one decision failed, they made another. That is why the story remains so powerful. The men did not survive because everything went according to plan. They survived because almost nothing went according to plan. The plan failed. The ship failed. The route failed. The weather disrupted their expectations. The ice carried them away from their destination. And still the men continued. That is the true meaning of endurance, not perfection, not certainty, continuation, a quiet willingness to begin again and again. Until eventually the long journey ends. For the men of the Endurance, it ended with rescue. For the ship, it ended beneath the Weddell Sea. For history, however, the journey never really ended. It simply became a story. And that story continues to move slowly through time, just as the Antarctic ice once moved beneath their feet, quietly, patiently, unstoppably. The longer the men remained in Antarctica, the more they understood that survival was rarely about one great decision. It was about hundreds of small decisions made correctly. Where should the tent be placed? How much food could be eaten? Which equipment should be repaired first? When should the boats be moved? When should the men rest? When should they travel? When should they wait? Each question seemed small. Together, they determined whether the expedition would continue. This is one reason the story of the Endurance feels different from many traditional adventure stories. There was no single moment when a hero defeated the wilderness. Instead, the wilderness remained powerful from beginning to end. The men simply learned how to exist within it. They watched, they adapted, they conserved, they waited, they moved, and they repeated the process. The Antarctic rewarded patience more often than speed. A careless decision could waste energy that could not be replaced. A damaged piece of clothing could become a serious problem. A wet sleeping bag could make a cold night much more dangerous. A small navigation error could become a major problem after several days. So the men became careful. They checked things twice. They protected what mattered. They developed habits. Habits became routines. Routines became survival. The same was true of food. At the beginning of the expedition, food had been part of a carefully organized supply system. There were different types of provisions. There were quantities calculated for the expected journey. But the loss of the ship changed everything. Now every meal had to be considered. The men needed enough energy to work, but eating too much would shorten their supplies. They had to balance present needs against future uncertainty. That balance continued throughout the journey. The men also learned to appreciate fresh food when they could obtain it. Seals and penguins were not simply part of the Antarctic landscape. They could become sources of food. This was a harsh reality of polar survival. The expedition had to use whatever resources were available. There was no grocery store waiting nearby, no regular supply ship, no easy way to replace what had been consumed. Everything depended on planning and luck. Even water required thought. Snow and ice were abundant, but turning them into usable water required fuel and time. A resource that appeared unlimited could still be difficult to use. This was another lesson the men learned. Availability and usefulness are not always the same thing. Antarctica had enormous amounts of ice, but that did not mean survival was easy. The environment contained many resources, but accessing them required energy. Energy itself became a resource. Every physical task had a cost: pulling a boat, dragging equipment, climbing a slope, walking across snow, repairing a shelter, even getting dressed in freezing conditions required effort. The men therefore had to manage their energy carefully. Rest was not laziness. Rest was preparation. A tired person made mistakes. A rested person could work more effectively. This understanding became especially important during the difficult journey towards South Georgia. The men were already exhausted before they began. They had spent months on the ice. They had endured cold and uncertainty. Now they had to cross one of the world's roughest oceans. Their bodies had limited reserves, yet they had to continue. The James Caird moved through enormous waves. The men worked in cramped conditions. They were exposed to cold water. They had very little room to move. Sleep was difficult. Eating was difficult. Navigation was difficult. But they continued. The small boat became a world of its own. 6 men, a small amount of equipment, a huge ocean, nothing else. For days, the horizon remained empty. The men could not simply look at a map and see how far they had traveled. They had to trust Worsley's calculations. They had to trust the boat. They had to trust the sea. And they had to trust one another. That trust may have been the most important resource of all. If one person lost confidence in another, the entire group could suffer. But the men continued working together. Someone handled the boat. Someone managed equipment. Someone navigated. Someone rested. Then they changed roles. The work was shared. That prevented one person from becoming completely exhausted. The group depended on cooperation. Even during moments of extreme discomfort, the men understood that they were part of something larger than themselves. Their survival was connected. That idea had existed from the beginning. When the Endurance first became trapped, the men had remained together. When the ship was abandoned, they moved together. When the boats were launched, they traveled together. When Elephant Island was reached, most of them stayed together. And when Shackleton left with the James Caird, the remaining men stayed together. The expedition was always a group effort. That is why the final rescue was so meaningful. The men were not simply rescued individually, they were rescued as a group. Their long separation ended, they were reunited, and the expedition finally closed. The rescue also showed how much the world outside had changed. The men had entered Antarctica as explorers. They returned as survivors. People who had never met them became fascinated by their story. Newspapers wanted their accounts. Publishers wanted their journals. The photographs attracted enormous attention. The public wanted to know what had happened to the ship. They wanted to understand how the men had survived. The story was extraordinary enough to become part of popular culture. Yet the men knew the less dramatic truth. Survival had not felt like a grand adventure every day. Most days were repetitive: cold, work, food, sleep, waiting. The dramatic moments were separated by long stretches of ordinary hardship. That is often what extreme survival actually looks like. Not constant excitement, constant endurance. A person survives one difficult day, then another, then another. Eventually, the difficult days become weeks, weeks become months, and somehow the future arrives. The men could not see the ending while they were living through it. That may have been one of the hardest parts. We know the story ends with rescue. They did not. When they woke each morning on the ice, rescue was only a possibility. When the James Caird left Elephant Island, South Georgia was only a possibility. When Shackleton began searching for a rescue ship, success was only a possibility. The men had to live inside uncertainty. That requires a special kind of courage, not the courage of certainty. The courage of possibility. They continued because success remained possible. That was enough. Eventually, the possibility became reality. The ship appeared, the men were rescued, and the long uncertainty ended. Years later, the expedition would become famous for leadership. But perhaps another quality deserves equal attention: patience. Without patience, the expedition could not have survived. The men had to wait for weather, wait for ice, wait for opportunities, wait for rescue. They had to wait without knowing exactly how long the waiting would last. That is difficult for anyone. Yet they managed it. They created routines, they worked, they talked, they joked, they remembered home, they maintained their equipment, they waited. The waiting itself became part of the journey. And perhaps this is why the story can be told quietly. The Endurance Expedition was full of danger, but much of its survival depended on calmness. Panic would have wasted energy. Impatience could have caused mistakes. Despair could have weakened the group. Calm did not remove danger. It allowed the men to think clearly while danger existed. That is a powerful lesson. Sometimes calmness is not the absence of fear. It is the ability to continue thinking while fear is present. The men had every reason to be afraid, but they still had to make decisions. So they learned to separate emotion from action. They could be frightened and still work. They could be tired and still cooperate. They could be uncertain and still prepare. That is what made their survival possible. The endurance story, therefore, remains much more than a tale of Antarctic exploration. It is a story about human adaptability, a story about how people respond when the world they expected disappears, a story about how small routines can preserve hope, a story about how cooperation can transform a group of individuals into a community, and a story about how persistence can continue even when certainty is gone. The men began with a destination. They ended with a lesson. Sometimes the journey you planned is not the journey you receive. Sometimes the most important achievement is simply making it through. And sometimes, after everything else has been lost, the thing that remains is the one thing that matters most: the people beside you. That was what Shackleton protected. That was what the men protected. And that was what finally came home. After the rescue, the Antarctic wilderness slowly became a memory. But memories do not always fade simply because a person has returned home. For the men of the Endurance, Antarctica remained part of their lives. They had seen places that very few people had ever seen. They had lived through conditions that most people could hardly imagine. And they had shared an experience that connected them for the rest of their lives. The photographs helped preserve that experience. Frank Hurley had understood the importance of recording the expedition from the beginning. His camera captured the ship surrounded by ice. It captured the men working. It captured the camps. It captured the boats. It captured the enormous landscape. Those photographs became more than souvenirs. They became historical evidence. Today, when we look at those images, we can see the world as the expedition members saw it. We can see the Endurance before the ice destroyed her. We can see the men standing beside the ship. We can see how small they appeared against the Antarctic landscape, and we can imagine the silence around them. Photography gave the expedition another kind of endurance. The ship could disappear, the camps could vanish, the footprints could be covered by snow, but the photographs remained. The same was true of the journals. Written records preserved details that photographs could not show. They recorded weather, they recorded observations, they recorded emotions, they recorded ordinary days. And those ordinary days are important. History often remembers dramatic events, but survival is usually made of ordinary days. The day a meal was prepared, the day a tent was repaired, the day a man became sick, the day the wind changed, the day the ice shifted, the day everyone waited. These moments may not sound exciting, but they tell us what life was actually like. The Endurance Expedition was not a continuous adventure. It was long periods of waiting interrupted by moments of danger. That rhythm is difficult to understand from a modern perspective. Today, information moves quickly. A person can know what is happening thousands of miles away almost instantly. The men had no such connection. For them, the horizon was the boundary of information. If there was no ship visible, they knew nothing about rescue. If the sky was cloudy, they might not know their exact position. If the ice moved, they had to measure the change themselves. Their world was immediate. What they could see, hear, touch, and calculate was what they knew. That limitation made their decisions even more difficult. Yet it also created a strange kind of focus. The men could not worry about everything happening in the world. They had to concentrate on the few things directly in front of them: food, shelter, navigation, weather, health, safety. That narrow focus may have helped them survive. Modern life often gives people too much information. The men had too little, but in their situation, too little information was unavoidable. They learned to make decisions with what they had. That skill became one of their greatest strengths. The expedition also demonstrated how important experienced leadership can be during uncertainty. Shackleton did not know exactly what would happen, but he understood people. He knew that morale mattered. He knew that boredom could be dangerous. He knew that conflict had to be controlled. He knew that people needed purpose. He also knew when to change direction. That ability to adapt became the heart of his leadership. There is a famous temptation when studying historical figures. We often want to turn them into perfect heroes, but real people are more complicated. Shackleton made mistakes. The expedition had weaknesses. Not every decision was universally praised. Some relationships among the men were difficult. The journey was not perfect, but perfection was never the reason the expedition succeeded. It succeeded because the men kept adjusting. A perfect plan would have been impossible in Antarctica. A flexible plan could survive. That difference is important. The Endurance Expedition was essentially a long conversation between human plans and natural reality. The men made a plan. Nature changed the conditions. The men adjusted. Nature changed them again. They adjusted again. This process continued until the men finally reached safety. The environment always had the final word. The men could not command the ice. They could only respond to it. They could not command the ocean. They could only navigate it. They could not command the weather. They could only wait for better conditions. Their strength came from recognizing those limits. That may be one of the deepest lessons of exploration. Knowing what you cannot control is not weakness, it is knowledge. Once you understand your limits, you can focus your energy on what you can actually change. Shackleton could not save the ship, but he could save the crew. He could not control the ice, but he could choose when to move. He could not guarantee rescue, but he could keep searching. He could not change the past, but he could influence the next decision. That was enough. The men eventually left Antarctica behind, but the continent itself remained almost unchanged. The ice continued to move. The storms continued. The mountains continued to rise above the frozen landscape. The wildlife continued its cycles. The Antarctic did not remember the expedition. Nature has no memory in the human sense, but humans remember, and that is why the expedition became history. People gave meaning to what had happened. They preserved the names. They preserved the photographs. They preserved the ship's story. They preserved the lessons. More than a century later, modern technology would allow people to see the Endurance again. The discovery of the wreck in 2022 was extraordinary. The ship had been hidden beneath the Weddell Sea for more than 100 years, yet the cold environment had helped preserve it. The wreck appeared almost like a message from another age. There was the wooden hull. There were the recognizable features. There was the name, Endurance. The discovery did not feel like finding a forgotten object. It felt like reopening a chapter of history. For generations, people had wondered where the ship rested. Now they knew she remained on the seafloor where she had disappeared. The men had escaped. The ship had not. That contrast makes the wreck especially meaningful. The ship represents the part of the expedition that ended. The story represents the part that continued. The wreck is silent. The story is not. And perhaps that is why the name still carries such power. The ship was designed to withstand pressure. Her builders had given her a strong structure. But the Antarctic ice eventually overcame even that strength. The men, however, were more adaptable than the ship. They could change direction. They could abandon equipment. They could leave the vessel. They could travel by boat. They could walk across mountains. The ship had one purpose. The men had imagination. That difference saved them. A ship can be strong, but it cannot change its mission. Human beings can. That is one of the reasons the expedition remains so relevant. Modern people still face situations where plans fail, businesses close, journeys change, technology stops working. Weather disrupts plans, unexpected events appear. The lesson of Shackleton is not that people should never make plans. It is that plans should serve people. When reality changes, the plan can change too. The purpose can remain. That is exactly what happened in Antarctica. The purpose became survival, then rescue, then home. The journey became smaller and more immediate, but it never became meaningless. Every step mattered, every day mattered, every person mattered. And eventually, the men reached safety. The expedition had begun with a dream of crossing a continent. It ended with something more basic. 28 men alive, that was enough, more than enough. The continent remained uncrossed by them, but they had crossed something else. They had crossed uncertainty, they had crossed exhaustion, they had crossed fear, they had crossed an ocean. And finally, they had crossed the distance between danger and home. That was their achievement. And that is why the story of the Endurance continues to endure. Long after the expedition ended, the Antarctic remained almost unchanged. The same cold winds moved across the ice. The same mountains stood above the coastline. The same southern ocean surrounded the continent. But the men who had once stood there had returned to another world. Their story became part of the history of exploration. Yet the most interesting part of that history was not a new coastline or a new geographical discovery. It was the way ordinary human beings responded when almost every part of their plan disappeared. The expedition had started with confidence. The Endurance was a carefully designed ship. The crew had been selected for different skills. Food and equipment had been gathered. Scientific work had been planned. The route had been considered. But Antarctica did not care about the plan. The ice closed around the ship. The expedition stopped. Then the ship was destroyed. At that moment, the men could have believed the entire journey was over. In one sense, it was. The original expedition had ended. But another journey was beginning. That journey had no official route. There was no timetable. There was no guaranteed destination. There was only the next decision. This is what made the experience so unusual. The men had to create a future while they were already inside the crisis. They could not return to the beginning. They could only move forward. Sometimes moving forward meant traveling. Sometimes it meant waiting. Sometimes it meant repairing something. Sometimes it meant doing absolutely nothing until conditions improved. But every action was connected to survival. The men gradually became experts at using limited resources. Nothing was treated casually. A piece of wood could become part of a repair. A piece of fabric could become a patch. A container could be reused. Food could be divided carefully. The men developed an understanding of value that was very different from ordinary life. A small object that seemed unimportant in civilization could become extremely valuable in Antarctica. This was especially true of tools. A tool could save hours of work. It could repair a boat. It could repair clothing. It could make a shelter safer. The expedition members therefore protected their equipment. They knew that once something was lost, replacing it might be impossible. The same was true of knowledge. Worsley's navigation skills could not simply be replaced. McNish's mechanical and carpentry abilities were valuable. The medical knowledge of the doctors mattered. The sailors' experience mattered. Everyone carried something useful. This created an unusual form of equality. A person's value was measured by what they could contribute. And almost everyone could contribute something. That helped create a sense of community. The expedition was not a collection of isolated individuals. It was a small society. There were responsibilities, there were rules, there were routines, there were friendships, there were disagreements, there were moments of humor, there were moments of frustration. It was human life compressed into an extraordinary environment. That may be one reason the story feels so relatable despite its extreme setting. The men were experiencing something completely unusual, but their emotions were familiar. They missed home, they became tired, they wanted good food, they wanted warmth, they worried about the future, they enjoyed jokes, they became attached to animals, they became irritated with one another, they hoped for good news, they feared bad news. In other words, they remained human. The Antarctic did not turn them into legends while they were living there. They were simply people trying to get through another day. The legendary quality came later. History looked backward and recognized how extraordinary their experience had been. At the time, they were simply trying to survive. That difference is worth remembering. Many historical achievements look inevitable after they succeed. We know the ending. The people inside the story do not. The men did not know whether they would survive. They did not know whether the boats would reach South Georgia. They did not know whether a rescue ship would ever reach Elephant Island. They simply continued. That uncertainty gives the story its emotional strength. Every successful step was uncertain before it happened. The James Caird might have failed, the crossing might have missed South Georgia, the mountain crossing might have gone wrong, the rescue attempts might have continued to fail. At every stage, success remained uncertain. Yet the men kept preparing for it. That is an important difference between hope and fantasy. Hope does not require certainty. It requires possibility. Men had enough possibility to continue, and they did. Their journey also showed the importance of communication. On Elephant Island, Frank Wild had to keep the remaining men informed. But information was limited. He could not promise a specific rescue date. He could only tell them that Shackleton was trying, that uncertainty could have been dangerous. So the men maintained routines. They continued working. They kept the camp organized. They waited. This was psychological survival. The human mind needs structure. Without structure, time can become overwhelming. A week can feel endless. A month can feel impossible. But if the day has tasks, the mind can focus on those tasks: morning, work, food, rest, evening, sleep. Then repeat. The men survived the present rather than trying to emotionally live through the entire future at once. That was wise. If they had constantly imagined every possible disaster, the pressure would have been enormous. Instead, they focused on what could be done today. That idea appears repeatedly in survival stories. The future may be frightening. The present can be manageable. A person cannot always control tomorrow, but they can often control the next hour. The endurance men lived by that reality. Their journey toward safety was built from manageable steps, and those steps eventually became hundreds of miles. This is another reason their story is so powerful. Great achievements often appear enormous when viewed from the end. But while they are happening, they are usually made of small actions. 1 mile, 1 meal, 1 repair, 1 night, 1 morning, 1 decision, then another. The expedition did not survive because of one perfect day. It survived because the men kept creating another day, and another, until eventually there were no more days of survival. There was rescue, there was land, there was civilization, there was home. The silence of Antarctica was replaced by human voices. The men could finally relax. But the experience would remain. For the rest of their lives, the word Antarctica would mean more than a continent. It would mean ice. It would mean the Endurance. It would mean the James Caird. It would mean Elephant Island. It would mean South Georgia. It would mean friends. It would mean danger. And finally, it would mean survival. The expedition had not given them everything they wanted, but it had given them something they could never forget: the knowledge that they had endured something almost unimaginable together. And perhaps that is why the story has remained alive for more than a century. Not because the men were invincible. They were not. Not because the expedition was perfectly planned. It was not. Not because Antarctica was defeated. It was not. The story remains because the men were vulnerable, they were cold, they were tired, they were uncertain. And they continued anyway. That is a much quieter form of courage. There is no need for shouting. No dramatic speech is required. Sometimes courage is simply getting up in the morning when the situation has not changed, putting on your clothes, doing the next task, helping the person beside you, and waiting for another chance. The men of the Endurance did exactly that for months, until the ice finally released them, until the ocean carried them toward land, until a distant ship appeared, until the journey home became possible. And when it finally did, they took it together. The Antarctic remained behind, but the lesson traveled with them. Endurance is not the absence of hardship. It is the quiet decision to continue through it. And sometimes, that quiet decision is enough to change history. There was also something deeply unusual about the way the expedition changed the men's understanding of time. Before Antarctica, time was measured by clocks, calendars, departures, and arrivals. During the expedition, time became something more natural. Morning arrived because the light returned. Evening arrived because darkness spread across the landscape. The seasons were no longer just dates on a calendar. They were conditions that could determine whether a person lived safely or faced greater danger. The Antarctic summer offered more light. The winter brought darkness and extreme cold. The men had to live according to those changes. Their watches still worked, but the environment mattered more than the clock. A day could feel long, a week could feel longer, yet slowly, the weeks passed. The men learned that waiting was not the same as wasting time. Waiting could be productive. While they waited, they could repair equipment, they could prepare food, they could organize supplies, they could study the weather, they could plan the next movement. They could rest. In ordinary life, people often feel uncomfortable when nothing seems to be happening. In Antarctica, nothing happening could be exactly what kept someone alive. A storm might make travel impossible. Waiting for the storm to pass could be the correct decision. The ice might be unstable. Waiting for safer ice could be the correct decision. The sea might be too rough. Waiting for better conditions could be the correct decision. The men gradually learned to respect these pauses. Nature had its own schedule. Human beings could not force it. This understanding became especially important during the long period before the boats could be launched. The men had to watch the ice. They had to understand its movement. They needed to know when a route might open. They could not simply choose a date and leave. The environment had to cooperate. That cooperation was never guaranteed. When the opportunity finally arrived, they had to act quickly. This created a strange combination of patience and urgency. Wait for the right moment. Then move, wait, then move again and again. The expedition lived inside that rhythm. It is a rhythm familiar to anyone who has spent time in nature. A mountain climber waits for weather. A sailor waits for wind. A pilot waits for visibility. A farmer waits for the right season. The Antarctic simply made the consequences more severe. The men also learned to pay attention to small changes. A change in wind direction could matter. A change in the ice could matter. A change in the temperature could matter. A change in a man's behavior could matter. If someone became unusually quiet, tired, or withdrawn, the others noticed. In a small group, people could not disappear into a crowd. Everyone was visible, everyone mattered. This created a strong sense of responsibility. If one person became weak, the entire group could be affected. So they looked after one another. That did not mean every relationship was perfect. It simply meant the larger purpose was more important than individual disagreements. The men had to find ways to live together. That was essential. The expedition was almost like a small town moving through the wilderness. There were different personalities, different skills, different opinions, but everyone depended on the same basic resources. Everyone faced the same cold. Everyone slept under the same uncertain sky. Everyone wanted the same thing, to go home. That shared goal created a powerful bond. Even when individual men disagreed, they still understood that they were part of the same struggle. This is one reason the story is often remembered as a story of teamwork. Teamwork does not mean everyone thinks alike. It means people can work together even when they are different. The expedition demonstrated that repeatedly. The sailors had one type of expertise. The scientists had another. The mechanics had another. The medical staff had another. The leaders had another. The photographer had another. Each skill became useful at different moments. A person who seemed less important during one stage could become essential during another. That is another lesson hidden inside the expedition. You cannot always know which skill will become important next. Preparation, therefore, means building a group with different strengths. Shackleton understood this when assembling his expedition. He wanted experienced people. He wanted practical people. He wanted people who could work under difficult conditions. But even careful selection could not predict everything Antarctica would demand. The environment created new problems. The men had to discover new solutions. That process of discovery continued throughout the journey. Sometimes the solution was technical, sometimes it was physical, sometimes it was psychological, and sometimes the solution was simply humor. Humor could make a terrible day easier. A joke did not change the weather. It did not melt the ice. It did not make food appear. But it could change the mood of the people facing those problems. That mattered. Morale was not a luxury. It was part of survival. A group that loses hope can become careless. A group that keeps hope can continue working. Shackleton understood the value of keeping spirits alive. He encouraged activity. He maintained routines. He tried to prevent the men from becoming overwhelmed by their circumstances. He also understood that fear spreads quickly, so did confidence. If the leader appeared completely defeated, others might begin to lose hope. If the leader remained calm and focused, the group had something to follow. That did not mean Shackleton never felt fear. It meant he understood that his behavior affected everyone else. Leadership in a crisis often begins with managing your own response. The men watched one another. They watched Shackleton. They watched Wild. They watched Worsley. They watched the people around them for signs of what the future might mean. A calm face could provide reassurance. A practical decision could restore confidence. A simple instruction could give the group direction. This is why leadership became so important. The Antarctic environment was already confusing. People needed clarity. They needed to know what they were doing next. Even when the long-term future was unknown, the next step could be clear. That was enough. Move the boats, set up camp, prepare food. Check the equipment, wait for the weather, sleep. Then begin again. The men lived this way for months, and eventually those small routines carried them toward rescue. There is something almost peaceful about that rhythm when viewed from a distance. The wind blows, the ice shifts, the men work. The sun moves across the sky. The camp becomes quiet, morning returns. Another day begins. The Antarctic does not hurry, neither can the people living there. That slow rhythm is one of the reasons the story works so well as a calm historical tale. Danger was real, but the survival itself was often gradual. There were no shortcuts. The men could not simply wish themselves home. They had to wait for the right conditions and use every opportunity. When the right opportunity came, they were ready. That was perhaps the greatest achievement of all. They remained prepared even when they were tired of waiting. Eventually, the long waiting ended. The boats moved. The ocean opened. South Georgia came closer. Then land appeared. And with land came another challenge, the mountains. The three men who crossed the island had already survived the ocean. Now they had to cross a landscape that was almost completely unknown to them. They were exhausted. Their clothing was worn. Their equipment was limited. Yet the distant sound of the whaling station gave them a direction. Human civilization was close. They moved toward it step by step, across snow, across ice, over steep ground, through exhaustion, until finally they reached the whaling station. The sound of machinery must have seemed almost unbelievable. After months of natural silence, human industry was a reminder that another world still existed. A world of ships, buildings, food, warmth, people. The men had reached civilization. But Shackleton's mind immediately returned to Elephant Island. He had reached safety, the others had not, so the journey was not finished. That was the pattern of his expedition. Every time one problem was solved, another appeared. Reaching South Georgia solved one problem. Rescuing the men created another. The first rescue attempt failed, then another. The weather continued to interfere, but Shackleton continued searching. He did not allow his own safety to become an excuse for abandoning the others. Eventually, the Yelcho sailed toward Elephant Island. The men waiting there had endured months of uncertainty. They had watched the horizon. They had wondered whether Shackleton would return. And then, finally, the ship appeared. For the waiting men, the sight of the vessel must have been almost impossible to believe. The horizon had changed. A ship was coming. It was real. Rescue had arrived. The long wait was over. The men gathered their belongings. They left the camp. They stepped aboard, and the place that had been their temporary home disappeared behind them. The expedition was finally over, not with the completion of the original Antarctic crossing, but with something much more important. Every man was alive. That was the ending history would remember. The Endurance had been lost. The dream had changed. The route had changed. But the people had survived. And sometimes, after everything else has been taken away, survival itself becomes the greatest achievement. The men had entered Antarctica hopping to make history. Instead, they became history, and the quiet white continent kept their story for more than a century. The men eventually returned to their homes, but the Antarctic experience did not simply disappear. For some, ordinary life probably felt strangely quiet. There were no shifting ice floes, no sudden cracks beneath their feet, no need to check the horizon for a rescue ship, no need to calculate how much food remained. The simplest things had become precious: a warm room, a dry blanket, fresh bread, a hot drink, a familiar voice. After months of uncertainty, comfort had a different meaning. The expedition had taught the men to notice things that ordinary life often hides. Warmth was no longer just a temperature, it was safety. Food was no longer simply a meal, it was energy. A bed was not merely furniture, it was rest. And home was not merely a building. It was the place where uncertainty finally ended. Yet the story did not end when the men stepped off the rescue ship. Their experiences began to spread through books, newspapers, photographs, and personal accounts. People wanted to know what had happened. They wanted to know about the ship. They wanted to know about the ice. They wanted to know how the men had survived. The public was fascinated because Antarctica was still a mysterious place. There were no modern research stations covering the continent. There were no satellite images showing every movement of the ice. The Antarctic remained distant and largely unknown to ordinary people. The photographs from the expedition gave the public a glimpse into that world. They showed an enormous white landscape. They showed the Endurance trapped in ice. They showed men standing beside their camps. They showed the boats that eventually carried them away. Those images made the expedition feel real. Without them, the story might have seemed almost unbelievable, but the camera had been there. The photographs existed, the ship had existed. The men had really stood on that ice. They had really waited there. They had really sailed the James Caird across the Southern Ocean, and they had really returned. The expedition therefore became more than an adventure. It became a record of human endurance. Over time, historians began to examine the journey more carefully. They studied the decisions. They compared different accounts. They examined maps. They studied weather and ice conditions. They considered the personalities of the crew. The story became increasingly detailed, and with greater detail came a deeper understanding. The expedition had not been saved by one person alone. Shackleton's leadership was important, but so were Worsley's navigation skills. Wild's management of the men was important. McNish's practical abilities mattered. The doctors mattered. The sailors mattered. The scientists mattered. Every person contributed to the survival of the group. Even the men whose names are less familiar today played their part. That is one of the quiet truths of history. Famous stories often have famous names, but survival is rarely the work of one person. It is a chain of contributions. One person performs a task. Another person builds on it. Another person solves the next problem. Eventually, the group moves forward. The Endurance Expedition was exactly that kind of chain. The men were connected by their responsibilities, and they were connected by their shared uncertainty. They had no choice but to depend on one another. That dependence changed the way they viewed each other. In ordinary life, people can avoid one another. In Antarctica, there was nowhere to go. The same people shared the same shelter, the same food, the same dangers, the same hope. They had to learn patience. They had to tolerate differences. They had to cooperate. This was not always easy, but the environment gave them a powerful reason to work together. The survival of one person could affect everyone else. That created responsibility. A careless action could endanger the group. A helpful action could protect it. So small acts became important. Helping someone repair clothing, sharing a task, checking on a sick companion, keeping watch, preparing food. Offering encouragement. None of these actions looked heroic, but together they created a functioning community, and that community survived. Perhaps this is why the expedition is still studied by people interested in leadership. The story shows that leadership is not always about giving dramatic orders. Sometimes leadership means understanding people. Sometimes it means knowing when to speak. Sometimes it means knowing when to remain silent. Sometimes it means changing the plan. Sometimes it means giving people responsibility. And sometimes it means carrying responsibility yourself. Shackleton had to do all of these things, but he also depended on others. He could not navigate the ocean alone. He could not repair every piece of equipment. He could not care for every sick man. He could not rescue the crew without help from others. Leadership was therefore not a one-way relationship. The leader needed the team needed the leader. That relationship became particularly important during the rescue. When Shackleton reached South Georgia, he could have remained there. He had survived the journey, but he immediately focused on the men still waiting on Elephant Island. That decision revealed the central principle of his leadership. The expedition was not finished until everyone was safe. He tried to obtain a ship. The first attempt did not work. The second attempt did not work. The weather and ice remained obstacles, but he continued. Finally, the Yelcho became available. Captain Louis Pardo took the ship toward Elephant Island. The rescue succeeded. The waiting men were brought aboard. For Shackleton, that was the moment the expedition truly ended. Not when he reached South Georgia, not when he found shelter, not when he reached civilization. The expedition ended when his people were safe. That distinction became one of the most enduring parts of his reputation. The men had been through months of uncertainty. Now they could finally leave. Elephant Island became a place of memory. The camp disappeared. The shelters were abandoned. The footprints vanished. The snow continued to fall. Nature slowly erased the physical evidence of their stay, but history preserved it. And history would preserve it in an unusual way. The story became larger than the original expedition. People began using it to discuss courage, leadership, teamwork, adaptation, persistence, and human resilience. The expedition became a metaphor for difficult situations. A metaphor for moments when plans collapse. A metaphor for uncertainty. A metaphor for continuing when success seems distant. That interpretation is useful, but the original story should never be forgotten. These were real men. They were cold. They were hungry. They were exhausted. They were frightened. They missed their families. They wanted to go home. And despite all of that, they kept moving. That makes the story more meaningful than a simple legend. It reminds us that courage does not require a person to feel fearless. Courage can exist alongside fear. The men did not know what would happen. They continued anyway. They did not know when rescue would come. They prepared anyway. They did not know whether the next plan would work. They tried anyway. That is perhaps the simplest definition of endurance. Continue without certainty. Prepare without guarantees. Move forward without knowing exactly where the road will lead. The Antarctic gave the men no promises. It offered no easy path, but it gave them opportunities, an opening in the ice, a change in the weather, a safe moment to launch, a sighting of land, a ship. Each opportunity had to be recognized, each had to be used. And eventually, those small opportunities became a way home. The story, therefore, does not really belong to the past. Its setting is historical. Its ships are old. Its equipment is outdated. Its maps are different from today's maps, but the human experience is still recognizable. People still make plans, plans still fail, unexpected problems still appear, people still become tired, people still depend on one another, and people still have to decide whether to give up or continue. The men of the Endurance chose to continue, one day at a time, one decision at a time, until the Antarctic was behind them, and home was ahead. For the men of the Endurance, returning home did not erase what had happened. The Antarctic had changed their understanding of distance. Before the expedition, a place on a map could seem simple. A line could be drawn, a destination could be marked, a ship could be assigned, a timetable could be written. But Antarctica had taught them that distance was not simply measured in miles. It was measured in weather, in ice, in exhaustion, in uncertainty. A place could be only a few hundred miles away and still feel impossibly distant. South Georgia had been close enough to reach in theory. Yet reaching it required one of the most dangerous small boat voyages ever attempted. Elephant Island was only a piece of land in the Southern Ocean. Yet for the men waiting there, rescue seemed separated from them by an enormous distance. The expedition had therefore changed the meaning of geography. A map showed where places were. It did not show how difficult it was to travel between them. That was something the men learned directly. They also learned that nature does not follow human schedules. The expedition had a planned departure. It had a planned route. It had planned scientific objectives. But the Antarctic had its own schedule. The ice moved when it moved. The storms arrived when they arrived. The ocean opened when it opened. The men had to adjust. That relationship between human plans and natural forces is one of the most fascinating parts of polar exploration. Humans can prepare, they can calculate, they can build strong ships, but they cannot command the environment. The Endurance had been specially constructed for polar conditions. She was strong. She was carefully designed. She was built to withstand pressure from sea ice. Yet even such a remarkable vessel eventually had to be abandoned. The lesson was not that the ship had been badly built. The lesson was that Antarctica could exceed human expectations. The ship could resist. The ship could endure, but there was a limit. And once that limit was reached, the men had to adapt. That decision saved them. Instead of remaining emotionally attached to the vessel, they accepted reality. The ship could no longer carry them, so they left her. It was difficult. The Endurance had represented the expedition's hopes. She had carried their supplies. She had carried their equipment. She had carried them south. She had been their home. Watching her disappear beneath the ice must have been deeply painful. But the men could not remain attached to a sinking plan. They had to move. That is another quiet lesson from the expedition. Sometimes survival requires letting go of something valuable, not because it has no value, but because carrying it forward is no longer possible. The men left the ship. Then they carried what they could. They built a temporary life on the ice. They waited. Then they moved again. Each stage required another adjustment. Their journey became a series of transition. Ship, ice, camp, boats, island, ocean, mountains, whaling station, rescue ship, home. Each transition was difficult, but each was necessary. The men did not know the entire route when they began. They discovered it step by step. This is perhaps one reason the story feels almost dreamlike when told slowly. The landscape changes gradually. The ship disappears. The ice becomes their world. Then the ice opens. The boats appear. The ocean begins. Land rises in the distance. Mountains stand ahead. A human voice is finally heard. And then suddenly civilization is near. The entire journey is a movement from isolation back toward connection. At first, the men are surrounded by an enormous empty landscape. Then they begin moving toward people, toward buildings, toward machinery, toward food, toward communication, toward home. That movement gives the story a natural rhythm. It begins with ambition. It passes through uncertainty. It enters survival. And it ends with return. The word return is important. The expedition had begun with the idea of going somewhere unknown. But eventually, the most important direction was backward, home. The men were no longer trying to discover a new route across Antarctica. They were trying to find the route back to familiar life. That change in purpose transformed the emotional meaning of the journey. Every mile toward South Georgia mattered. Every successful navigation calculation mattered. Every day survived mattered. The men were no longer searching for glory. They were searching for safety. That made the journey more human. The great geographical dream had become a simple human wish: to see home again, to see family again, to sleep somewhere warm, to eat without counting every bite, to hear familiar voices, to live without watching the horizon for danger. These simple hopes carried the men forward. The Antarctic had made ordinary life seem extraordinary. A warm cup of tea could become a treasured memory. A dry pair of socks could feel like luxury. A wooden floor could feel wonderfully solid. A closed door could feel safe. The men had learned that comfort is easiest to appreciate after it has been removed. That lesson remained with them. So did the memory of the people who had not survived other Antarctic expeditions. Polar exploration was never without tragedy. The men of the Endurance were fortunate. They survived. Their expedition therefore became unusual. Many Antarctic journeys had ended with death. Some explorers had disappeared, others had returned only after enormous losses. The Endurance Expedition had come close to disaster repeatedly, yet every member of the crew survived. That fact made the story extraordinary. It also created a responsibility. The men had witnessed a world that very few people had seen. They had to tell others about it. Their journals and photographs became part of that record. The story could be passed to future generations, and it was. Over time, new generations became interested in Shackleton, then in the Endurance, then in the expedition as a whole. The story moved beyond polar exploration. It entered discussions about leadership and resilience. It became a case study. It became a book. It became a documentary subject. It became a lesson taught in classrooms and organizations. But beneath all those interpretations was a simple historical truth. 28 people went into one of the harshest environments on Earth. Their ship was destroyed. They lost their original objective. They faced extreme cold and isolation. They traveled by boat, they crossed an island, they waited for rescue, and they all came home. That is enough. No additional lesson is required to make the story extraordinary. The facts themselves are extraordinary. The Antarctic did not make their lives easy. It made them uncertain. The men responded by becoming adaptable. They did not control the ice. They learned to live with it. They did not control the ocean. They learned to cross it. They did not control the future. They focused on the present. And eventually the future they hoped for arrived. Home, warmth, safety, a world beyond the ice. The expedition had changed them, but it had not defeated them. And somewhere beneath the cold waters of the Weddell Sea, the Endurance remained behind, quietly resting. A wooden reminder of the journey, a ship that had failed to complete its mission. And yet a ship whose name became one of the most appropriate names in the history of exploration, Endurance. Because that was what remained when everything else changed. The route disappeared, the plans disappeared, the ship disappeared, but Endurance remained. And that was enough to carry the men home. Years passed and the world changed. The age of wooden sailing ships slowly gave way to a new era of technology. Airplanes became common. Radio communication improved. Ships became faster and more powerful. Antarctic exploration entered a different age. Scientists eventually established permanent research stations. Modern equipment made it possible to study the continent in ways Shackleton and his crew could never have imagined. Yet the old expedition remained fascinating. Part of the reason was simple. Technology had changed. Human nature had not. People still faced uncertainty. They still needed leadership. They still depended on one another. They still had to remain calm when plans failed. The story therefore continued to feel relevant. But perhaps there was another reason people remembered it. The expedition contained a strange mixture of beauty and danger. Antarctica was not simply a place of suffering. It was beautiful. The snow reflected pale light. Mountains rose from the horizon. Icebergs floated silently in the sea. The sky could become enormous and clear. At times, the landscape must have appeared almost peaceful. That beauty could make the danger easier to forget. A calm Antarctic morning might look harmless, but the men knew how quickly conditions could change. The same sea that appeared beautiful could become violent. The same ice that looked solid could crack. The same wind that felt manageable could become dangerous. The men learned not to judge the environment by appearance alone. They watched carefully. They respected the landscape. They understood that beauty and danger could exist together. This may be one of the reasons Antarctic exploration has such a powerful hold on the imagination. The continent feels almost otherworldly. It is enormous, remote, cold, quiet, and difficult to reach. For the men of the Endurance, that remoteness was not an abstract idea, it was their daily reality. There were no nearby towns, no roads, no hospitals, no quick rescue. If something went wrong, the men had to solve it themselves. That reality made every decision important. It also made preparation important. Before the expedition, supplies had been carefully chosen. Clothing had been considered. Food had been organized. Navigation equipment had been prepared. The ship had been strengthened. But preparation could never eliminate uncertainty. That is another important lesson. Preparation does not guarantee that nothing will go wrong. It increases the chance that you can respond when something does. The Endurance Expedition had prepared extensively. Still, the ship became trapped. The difference was that the men had enough knowledge and equipment to continue after the original plan collapsed. They could not prevent the disaster, but they could respond to it. That is resilience. Not avoiding every problem, responding effectively when problems arrive. The men also demonstrated the importance of learning from the environment. They did not continue making the same mistake. When the ice changed, they changed. When the weather changed, they changed. When the route became impossible, they changed. They observed, they adjusted, they moved forward. That cycle repeated for months. Observation, decision, action, observation again. It sounds simple, but in extreme conditions, simplicity is valuable. The men could not afford unnecessary complexity. They needed clear priorities. They needed to know what mattered, and they needed to act accordingly. This became particularly important during the journey in the boats. The men had limited space, they had limited food, they had limited equipment. They could not bring everything. Every item had to justify its weight. The boat itself became a miniature survival system. Navigation equipment, food, water, tools, clothing, people, everything had to fit. Everything had to remain functional. The men had no spare room for mistakes. Yet the James Caird carried them across the Southern Ocean. That tiny boat became one of the most famous vessels in exploration history. It was not large, it was not luxurious, it was not designed for such a voyage, but it was enough. That word appears repeatedly in the expedition. Enough, enough food, enough equipment, enough strength, enough time, enough hope. The men rarely had abundance, they had enough, and they learned how to use it. Sometimes survival is not about having everything you want. It is about using what you have intelligently. The same principle applied to physical strength. The men were not unlimited, they became tired, they needed sleep, they needed food, they needed recovery, they had to manage their bodies. Pushing too hard could be dangerous, so they learned to work at a sustainable pace. Slow progress was still progress. This was especially important on land. The mountains of South Georgia could not be crossed quickly. The men had to move carefully. They were exhausted from the ocean. Their equipment was inadequate, yet they continued, one step, then another. The sound of the whaling station gave them a goal. They knew civilization was somewhere beyond the mountains. They could not see it, but they could move toward it. This is another powerful feature of the expedition. The men often moved toward something they could not yet see. They had to trust information, they had to trust maps, they had to trust experience, and sometimes they had to trust hope. Hope became practical. It was not simply an emotion. It gave direction. If there was a chance of safety, they continued. If there was a chance of rescue, they prepared. If there was a chance of better weather, they waited. Hope made action possible. But the expedition also showed that hope needed realism. The men did not simply assume everything would work. They prepared for failure. They carried backup plans. They adjusted when plans failed. That combination of hope and realism helped them survive. Perhaps this is why the expedition continues to be discussed more than a century later. It contains no single magical solution. Instead, it contains many small lessons. Stay prepared, watch carefully, adapt quickly, protect the group, conserve resources, do not waste energy, maintain morale, accept reality, and keep moving toward the next safe opportunity. None of these lessons sounds dramatic, but together they can become powerful. The men learned them because they had to. They did not have the luxury of ignoring reality. Antarctica punished mistakes. The environment forced honesty. If the ice was unsafe, it was unsafe. If the weather was dangerous, it was dangerous. If food was running low, it was running low. The men had to face facts. That honesty helped them make better decisions. Eventually, their decisions carried them home. The journey had taken them far beyond the limits of their original plan, but they had returned with something more valuable than a geographical achievement. They had returned with experience, and with a story that could be told slowly. A story of ice and ocean, a story of patience, a story of uncertainty, a story of friendship, a story of leadership, and above all, a story of endurance. The Antarctic had been vast. The journey had been long. The odds had often been uncertain. But the men kept going, quietly, carefully, together. And eventually, the white horizon gave way to the familiar world they had once called home. There is a particular kind of silence that belongs to places far from ordinary human life. The men of the Endurance had become familiar with that silence. They had heard it on the ice. They had heard it beside the boats. They had heard it while waiting for weather to improve. And they had heard it during the long nights when the only sounds came from the wind and the movement of the frozen world around them. After returning home, that silence must have seemed very different. Civilization was full of sound. Footsteps, voices, doors opening, engines, trains, people talking in the streets. The ordinary sounds of daily life. For someone who had spent months surrounded by Antarctic emptiness, those sounds could feel almost overwhelming. Yet they were comforting. They meant that life had returned to normal. The men could once again make plans without checking the weather every hour. They could walk without wondering whether the ground beneath them would crack. They could sleep without keeping their clothing ready for an emergency. They could eat without calculating every remaining portion. They could look toward a horizon and know that another road existed beyond it. Home had become real again. But the Antarctic experience had left another kind of mark. The men now knew what they were capable of enduring. They had discovered that the human body could continue functioning in conditions that seemed impossible. More importantly, they had discovered that the human mind could continue making decisions when certainty disappeared. That realization may have been one of the expedition's greatest lasting gifts. People often imagine strength as something dramatic, a powerful body, a fearless personality, a heroic action. But the Endurance Expedition suggested another definition. Strength can be quiet. It can look like patience. It can look like discipline. It can look like getting up every morning and doing the work that needs to be done. It can look like sharing food. It can look like repairing another man's clothing. It can look like listening. It can look like waiting. And sometimes strength can look like admitting that the original plan has failed. That admission is difficult. People naturally want their plans to succeed. Explorers especially want to reach their destination. Shackleton had dreamed of crossing Antarctica. Instead, his expedition became a rescue mission. The original objective disappeared, but the expedition did not become meaningless. Its purpose changed. That is perhaps one of the most important ideas hidden inside the story. A failed plan does not always mean a failed journey. Sometimes the journey becomes important for a different reason. The men did not cross Antarctica as originally intended, but they demonstrated extraordinary survival. They gathered scientific information. They documented an important period in polar exploration. And they created a story that would influence generations. The expedition, therefore, achieved something different from what had originally been imagined. History often works that way. The events that become most important are not always the events people planned. An explorer may set out to discover a passage. A scientist may begin an experiment expecting one result. A traveler may begin a journey expecting one destination. Reality may change everything. The final meaning is sometimes created afterward. For Shackleton and his crew, the meaning became endurance. The name of the ship seemed almost prophetic, Endurance. It described what the men needed when the expedition stopped being an exploration and became a struggle for survival. The ship itself could not endure forever. The ice eventually crushed her, but the quality represented by her name survived. The men endured, their friendships endured, their memories endured, their story endured, and eventually, even the ship endured in another sense. For more than a century, the wreck remained preserved beneath the Antarctic Sea. Then, in 2022, an expedition located the wreck of the Endurance on the seafloor of the Weddell Sea. The discovery was remarkable. After so many years, the ship could still be recognized. The cold and darkness had protected much of the wreck. The wooden structure rested quietly beneath the water. There was something almost poetic about that discovery. The men had spent months watching the ship disappear. Generations later, people could finally see where she had come to rest. The discovery connected modern technology with an old historical mystery. Modern explorers used advanced equipment to find what Shackleton's generation could not have imagined locating. Yet the wreck itself remained unchanged. It was still the same ship, The same name, the same reminder of the expedition. Looking at images of the wreck today, it is difficult to believe that the ship once carried 28 men into the Antarctic wilderness. She looks almost peaceful on the seafloor. The danger is gone. The ice is gone. The men are gone. Only the structure remains. And that quiet image may be one of the best endings to the story. Because the Endurance is no longer moving. The men are. Their descendants are. Their stories are. History is. The ship rests. The story continues. The discovery also reminded historians that the Antarctic environment had preserved something that human memory alone might eventually have lost. Wood can decay, metal can rust, paper can disappear, photographs can fade. But in the cold depths, the wreck remained remarkably intact. It became a kind of time capsule, a physical connection to the early 20th century. Standing on the seafloor, the Endurance no longer needed to carry explorers. Instead, she carried memory. And perhaps that is the final transformation of the expedition. At first, the ship carried people toward a dream. Then she became their shelter. Then she became a trap. Then she became a wreck. And finally, she became a historical monument beneath the sea. The journey changed meaning again and again. Just as the men had changed their plans, history changed the meaning of the expedition. Today, when people hear the name Ernest Shackleton, they often think about leadership. When they hear Endurance, they think about survival. When they hear Elephant Island, they think about isolation. When they hear South Georgia, they think about the incredible journey across the Southern Ocean. And when they hear Antarctica, they think of a place where nature can still seem larger than human ambition. But beneath all those ideas is a simple human story. A group of people became trapped far from home. Their ship was destroyed. They lost their original objective. They faced cold, hunger, exhaustion, and uncertainty. They did not know exactly how the story would end, yet they continued. That is why the story remains so powerful. It does not require exaggeration. The facts are already enough. There was no need for a fictional monster beneath the ice. There was no need for an imaginary enemy. The real enemy was distance, cold, weather, ice, time, and uncertainty. Those things were enough. The men had to face them without modern technology. They could not call home. They could not ask for immediate assistance. They could not check a weather forecast on a screen. They could not send their location. They could only observe, calculate, prepare, wait, and act. In a world that moves so quickly today, there is something strangely calming about that slower rhythm. The men could not hurry Antarctica. They had to wait for the world around them. They had to accept that some things were beyond their control. That acceptance did not mean giving up. It meant understanding reality. They could not command the ice, but they could move when the ice opened. They could not command the wind, but they could adjust their sails. They could not command the ocean, but they could navigate it. They could not command rescue, but they could search for a way to make rescue possible. That is the difference between surrender and acceptance. Surrender says nothing can be done. Acceptance says this is the situation, so what can we do next? The men repeatedly chose the second approach. And slowly that approach carried them home. Perhaps that is the quietest lesson of the entire expedition. You do not always need to know how everything will end. You only need to know what must be done next. One meal, one repair, one night, one morning, 1 mile, one decision, then another. The men of the Endurance lived this way for months, and eventually the journey ended. The ice was behind them, the ocean was behind them, the mountains were behind them, the waiting was behind them, home was ahead. And the great Antarctic wilderness remained where it had always been, silent, cold, beautiful, unconcerned. But somewhere within that enormous landscape was the memory of 28 men who had entered the unknown and found their way back. They had not conquered Antarctica. No human being truly could. They had simply learned how to survive within it. And sometimes that is the greater achievement, not defeating the world around you, but learning how to move through it, quietly, patiently, together. Until at last you reach home. The story of the Endurance can also be understood as a story about the meaning of home. At the beginning of the expedition, home was something the men had left behind. It was a place they expected to return to after completing their work. They probably imagined ordinary things waiting for them: family, friends, letters, warm rooms, familiar streets, a normal routine. But after the ship was lost, home became something much more important. It became an idea, a direction, a reason to continue. The men could not see home, they could not hear it, they could not know exactly when they would return, but they could remember it. And sometimes memory can be enough to give a person strength. A man might remember a kitchen, a family table, a child's voice, a familiar landscape, a quiet evening. Those memories were separated from the men by thousands of miles, but they remained close in the mind. In Antarctica, memory became a kind of invisible map. It pointed toward a life beyond the ice. The men were not simply trying to survive another night. They were trying to return to the lives they had left. That made every decision meaningful. When they repaired a boat, they were preparing for home. When they saved food, they were preparing for home. When they waited for better weather, they were preparing for home. When they crossed the ocean, they were moving toward home. Even when home seemed impossibly distant, the idea of it remained. That is why the story can feel surprisingly peaceful when viewed from the distance of history. We know the men survived. We know the ending. The uncertainty that surrounded them is gone for us. We can look backward and see the entire journey as one continuous line. For them, there was no line. There was only the present, the next morning, the next meal, the next weather change, the next decision. This difference between historical knowledge and lived experience is important. We know what happened. They had to discover what happened. Every day was unwritten. Every night ended with the possibility of another difficult morning. Yet morning always came. And when it did, the men began again. That simple repetition became their greatest strength. Human beings are remarkably adaptable. At first, the Antarctic conditions must have seemed almost impossible. Then they became familiar. The cold remained cold, but the men learned how to dress. The ice remained dangerous, but they learned how to observe it. The food remained limited, but they learned how to manage it. The isolation remained enormous, but they learned how to live together. The environment did not become easier. The men became better prepared to exist within it. That is an important distinction. Sometimes resilience does not mean that circumstances improve. It means that people learn how to respond to them. The Endurance Expedition demonstrates this again and again. The men did not make Antarctica warmer. They did not make the ocean calmer. They did not make the ice disappear. They changed themselves. They became more patient, more careful, more observant, more dependent on one another. And that adaptation made survival possible. There is also something remarkable about how little control the men actually had. Modern life can create the impression that almost every problem has a technical solution. If something goes wrong, we expect information. We expect communication. We expect transportation. We expect assistance. The men of the Endurance had almost none of those advantages. Their options were limited. When something broke, they repaired it. When weather stopped them, they waited. When food became scarce, they adjusted. When the ship was lost, they changed their entire strategy. Their world demanded practical thinking. There was little room for unnecessary worry. Worry did not create food. It did not repair boats. It did not change the wind. Only action could help. So the men focused on action. This is one reason their story is often remembered as an example of calm leadership. Calm does not mean that nothing is wrong. It means that people do not allow the problem to become larger than the next useful action. Shackleton's greatest contribution may have been helping the men maintain that perspective. The situation was enormous, but the next task was usually small. Move this equipment, prepare that meal, repair this rope, check the weather, rest, then continue. By breaking a massive crisis into small responsibilities, the men made survival psychologically possible. The same idea can be seen in the final rescue. Shackleton did not solve the entire problem at once. First, he had to reach South Georgia. Then he had to find help. Then he had to find a ship. Then he had to return. Each stage depended on the previous one. The complete solution could not happen immediately, but the next step could. That is how difficult journeys are often completed, not by solving everything at once, by solving what can be solved now. The rescue of the men on Elephant Island therefore represented the final result of countless small decisions. Every decision had contributed. Every person had contributed. Every day survived had contributed. By the time the rescue ship arrived, the final moment looked simple. A ship appeared. The men boarded, they were safe. But behind that simple moment were months of work, months of waiting, months of uncertainty. That is why the rescue deserves to be remembered with quiet respect. It was not only a dramatic ending, it was the result of persistence. The men had refused to let the story end when the Endurance sank. They had continued writing it, first on the ice, then in the boats, then on Elephant Island, then in South Georgia. Finally, they wrote the last chapter aboard the rescue ship. The story had changed many times, but the purpose had remained: bring everyone home. And they did. Today, the name Endurance carries an almost timeless quality. It sounds like a word from a different age, but the idea behind it is universal. Every generation faces uncertainty. Every generation experiences plans that fail. Every generation has moments when the future is unclear. The circumstances are different. The lesson is similar. Stay calm, pay attention, protect the people around you, use what you have, adapt when necessary, and keep moving. The men of the Endurance did not know that their story would one day inspire people around the world. They were not trying to create a leadership case study. They were not trying to become symbols. They were simply trying to survive. That makes their story even more meaningful. The most powerful historical stories are often created by people who did not know they were creating history. They were simply living through their circumstances. The men of Shackleton's expedition were doing exactly that. They were sailors, scientists, mechanics, doctors, photographers, and explorers. They had families, they had ordinary lives. Then they entered Antarctica, and the continent asked everything of them. It asked for patience. It asked for courage. It asked for discipline. It asked for cooperation. It asked them to abandon comfort. It asked them to change their plans. And eventually it asked them to leave. They did. But they left with something the Antarctic could not take away: each other. That may be the most important detail of the entire story. The ship was lost, the equipment was lost, the original objective was lost, but the people remained. And because the people remained, the story remained. More than a century later, we can still imagine the scene: a white horizon, a dark sea, a small boat, a group of exhausted men, a distant coastline, a quiet mountain, and finally a ship approaching. The distance between those moments is filled with uncertainty, but the ending is peaceful. The men are safe. The journey is over. The ice continues moving. The ocean continues rolling. The wind continues crossing Antarctica. The continent remains vast and quiet. And beneath the waters of the Weddell Sea, the Endurance rests. Her journey ended there. The men's journey continued. Their story continued. And history continued, carrying their memory forward. Perhaps that is why the name remains so fitting. The ship was called Endurance. The men needed endurance. The journey demanded endurance. And the story itself has endured. It has crossed generations, just as the men once crossed the Southern Ocean, slowly, patiently, from one person to another, from one book to another, from one photograph to another, from one generation to the next. And now, more than a century after the expedition began, the story still asks a quiet question. What does a person do when the plan disappears? The answer from Antarctica is simple. Look carefully, stay calm, help the people beside you, find the next safe step, and keep going. Because sometimes the greatest journeys are not the ones that reach the destination we first imagined. Sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones that teach us how to continue after that destination disappears. That was the journey of the Endurance. A journey that began with exploration, a journey that became survival, a journey that ended with every member of the crew alive, and a journey that, even after more than 100 years, still moves quietly through history, like the Antarctic wind, like the slow movement of ice, like the distant sound of waves against a frozen shore. The story does not need to shout, it simply continues. And perhaps that is the most fitting ending of all. The men went home. The ship remained behind. The Antarctic remained, and the word endurance remained with them. There is one final way to understand the story of the Endurance. It can be understood as a story about limits. The expedition revealed the limits of ships, the limits of equipment, the limits of maps, the limits of physical strength, the limits of human knowledge. But it also revealed something beyond those limits. Human beings could adapt. When one possibility disappeared, another could be created. The ship could not continue, the men could. The original route was impossible. Another route was found. The ice became a prison, then it became a road. The ocean became an obstacle, then it became a passage. The mountains became a barrier. Then they became the final steps towards civilization. Nothing remained exactly what it had been at the beginning. The meaning of the landscape changed as the men changed. This is perhaps the deepest lesson of exploration. A place is not only what it looks like. It is also what it means to the people moving through it. At first, Antarctica represented opportunity. Then it represented danger, then isolation, then survival. And finally, it represented a place the men had escaped. The same ice could carry different meanings at different moments. For the crew, the Antarctic was never simply beautiful or dangerous. It was both. It could be peaceful in 1 hour and terrifying in the next. It could provide food and threaten life. It could block their path and later carry them towards safety. Nature was not their enemy in the human sense. It simply followed its own rules. The men had to learn those rules. That was the real challenge. They could not negotiate with the ice. They could not ask the wind to stop. They could not request calmer seas. They could only observe and respond. And slowly, they became better at doing that. This is why the story of the expedition is not really about conquering nature. The men did not conquer Antarctica. They respected it, they learned from it, they accepted its power, and they found a way through. That is a very different kind of victory. It is a victory based on humility. The men understood that they were small compared with the environment around them. The ship was small. The boats were small. The camp was small. The human figures in the photographs looked tiny beside the ice. Yet those tiny figures continued. They did not need to become larger than the landscape. They only needed to remain capable of moving through it. That was enough. The photographs taken by Frank Hurley capture this contrast beautifully. A human being standing beside an iceberg appears almost insignificant. The Endurance itself looks small when surrounded by miles of ice. The James Caird looks almost fragile against the Southern Ocean. But those small objects carried enormous meaning. The ship represented preparation. The boat represented hope. The men represented endurance. Together, they created a story that became larger than the physical expedition itself. And perhaps that is what history does. It takes small human moments and preserves them long enough for later generations to understand their significance. A man tightening a rope may seem ordinary. A navigator taking a measurement may seem ordinary. A cook preparing a meal may seem ordinary. A carpenter repairing wood may seem ordinary. But when those actions happen in an extreme environment, their importance becomes clear. Every ordinary task can become extraordinary when failure has serious consequences. The men did not survive through constant heroism. They survived through ordinary work performed under extraordinary conditions. That is why the story feels so human. It is not a story about superheroes. It is a story about people. People who became cold. People who became tired. People who sometimes became frustrated. People who missed home. People who laughed. People who worked. People who waited. People who kept going. And perhaps the most comforting part is that they did not have to know exactly how they would succeed. They simply needed to continue long enough for another possibility to appear. The possibility came again and again. A break in the ice, a boat, a change in weather, a distant island, a safe harbor, a rescue ship. Each opportunity was small compared with the size of the problem. But small opportunities can become powerful when people are ready to use them. That is what the expedition demonstrated. Readiness matters. The men waited for opportunities, but they did not wait passively. They prepared, they repaired, they organized, they practiced, they watched. So when a chance appeared, they could act. The James Caird voyage was possible because the men had prepared the boat. The journey across South Georgia was possible because the men had prepared themselves. The rescue of Elephant Island was possible because Shackleton continued looking for transportation. Preparation turned possibility into action. That is another reason the expedition remains so important. It shows that hope is strongest when it is practical. Hope without action is only a wish. Action without hope can become exhausting. The men needed both. They hoped for rescue, then they prepared for it. They hoped for land. Then they navigated toward it. They hoped to return home. Then they worked toward home again and again, until hope became reality. The final rescue also gave the story a rare kind of completeness. Many exploration stories end with discovery, some end with tragedy. The Endurance Expedition ended with survival. That does not mean there was no loss. The ship was lost. The original objective was lost. Time was lost. Comfort was lost. But no member of the crew was lost. That fact transformed the expedition. It became a story of successful survival rather than a memorial to failure. And for the families waiting at home, that difference meant everything. Behind every explorer was someone waiting, a wife, a parent, a brother, a sister, a child, a friend. The expedition was not only about the men in Antarctica, it was also about the people who waited for them. Every day without news must have carried uncertainty. Communication was slow. Information was incomplete. Families could not simply send a message and receive an immediate answer. When the men finally returned, the relief must have been enormous. The story had crossed the distance between Antarctica and home. The men could finally tell their families what had happened. They could describe the ice, the ship, the boats, the sea, the mountains, the rescue. Some details would be told many times, others would remain private memories. That is another limitation of history. We can know many facts, we can read journal, we can study photographs, but we can never completely know what another person felt. The men carried parts of the experience that belonged only to them. Perhaps some memories became clearer with time. Perhaps others became harder to describe, but the expedition remained part of their lives, and eventually it became part of the world's memory. The Endurance itself became a symbol. Her wreck became a historical site beneath the Weddell Sea. Her name became associated with resilience. Shackleton's leadership became widely studied. The expedition became one of the defining stories of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Yet behind the famous name and the famous story, there is a quieter truth. The expedition succeeded because people kept doing the next necessary thing. That is all. No single action explains everything. No single person can claim the entire achievement. It was accumulated endurance, day after day, choice after choice, person after person. That is why the story feels almost timeless. The technology is old. The clothing is old. The maps are old. The ships are gone, but the human problem is familiar. What do we do when circumstances become harder than expected? The answer does not always require something dramatic. Sometimes we simply adjust. We take the next step. We protect our energy. We help someone else. We wait when waiting is necessary. We move when movement becomes possible. And we continue. The men of the Endurance did exactly that. They continued until the ice was behind them. They continued until the ocean was behind them. They continued until the mountains were behind them. They continued until the rescue ship carried them away. And then, finally, they continued with their lives. The expedition was over, but the meaning of it was just beginning. More than 100 years later, the story still moves quietly through books, documentaries, museums, classrooms, and conversations. It survives because the men survived. It survives because the photographs survived. It survives because the journals survived. It survives because the wreck survived. And it survives because people continue to recognize something familiar inside the story. The desire to go home, the fear of uncertainty, the importance of friendship, the need for leadership, the value of patience, the strength of hope, the power of endurance. So as the story comes to rest, imagine the Antarctic once again. The sea is dark. The ice stretches toward the horizon. The wind moves slowly across the frozen landscape. Far below the surface of the Weddell Sea, the Endurance rests quietly. There are no voices aboard her now, no footsteps on her deck, no lanterns glowing in the cold, no men preparing for another day. Only the silent wreck remains, but the people she carried are remembered. Their journey continues to be told, and somewhere in that story is the image of 28 men standing together against a landscape much larger than themselves. They did not know what the future held. They did not know when rescue would come. They did not know how long the journey would last, but they had one another, and they had the next step. Sometimes that is enough. The Antarctic did not give them an easy road. It gave them a difficult one, but they walked it, they sailed it, they waded through it, they endured it, and eventually they came home. The great expedition that began as a dream of crossing Antarctica became something entirely different. It became a story about finding a way back. And perhaps that is why, after more than a century, the name still feels so appropriate. Endurance, not because the journey was easy, not because the men were fearless, not because the environment surrendered, But because when almost everything else had been taken away, they continued quietly, patiently together until the journey was finally over. There is a quiet feeling that comes when a long journey is finally finished. The urgency disappears first, then the constant calculations, then the need to watch the horizon, then the habit of wondering what might happen next. For the men of the Endurance, that transition must have been difficult to describe. For so long, every day had been connected to survival. Then suddenly, survival was no longer the main task. They could simply live. That simple word carried a great deal of meaning. Live, wake up without fear of the ice, eat without counting every portion, walk without checking whether the ground was safe, sleep without listening for the movement of a ship trapped in frozen water. Speak to people who had not been there, hear ordinary conversations, see familiar buildings, feel the warmth of a room. These things were ordinary again, but they were no longer taken for granted. The Antarctic had changed the value of ordinary life. A person does not always realize how precious comfort is until comfort disappears. The men had learned that lesson slowly. They had learned it through cold nights, through wet clothing, through exhaustion, through hunger, through waiting, through the uncertainty of looking across an empty sea. And when they returned, ordinary life carried a different weight. A simple meal could feel important. A quiet bed could feel extraordinary. A warm coat could feel luxurious. The sound of rain could remind them of storms. The smell of wood could remind them of the ship. The sight of the ocean could bring back memories. The past could return in unexpected ways. But time continued. The men went on with their lives. Some returned to military service. Some continued working at sea. Others pursued different paths. The expedition did not freeze them in time. They continued to change. That is important because historical stories sometimes make people seem like statues. We see a photograph and imagine that the person existed only for that moment. But the men of the Endurance had long lives beyond Antarctica. They had families, jobs, responsibilities, successes, difficulties, a future. The expedition was one part of their lives, even if it became the most famous part. Shackleton himself continued exploring. The Antarctic still called to him. The wilderness had not destroyed his desire for exploration. If anything, it had strengthened it. But his later life also showed the complexity of adventure. Exploration was never simply a heroic game. It required money, planning, people, ships, political support, and luck. The age of exploration was changing. The world was becoming more connected. Technology was improving. Radio communication was becoming increasingly important. Aircraft were beginning to transform travel. The great unknowns of geography were becoming smaller. Yet Antarctica remained different. Its size and environment still resisted easy access. Even modern explorers would have to respect it. That is another reason the Endurance Expedition remained relevant. It represented a moment when humans were still discovering the practical limits of the continent. The expedition belonged to a period when maps contained large areas of uncertainty. Explorers had to fill those spaces through direct experience. They had to sail into places that had never been mapped accurately. They had to record what they saw. They had to make decisions without modern information. The risk was enormous, but so was the curiosity. People wanted to know what existed beyond the familiar world. That curiosity had driven explorers for centuries. The Endurance Expedition was part of that long tradition, but it also demonstrated that exploration was not always about reaching a new place. Sometimes exploration was about understanding how to survive in an environment that resisted human control. The men learned things that no map could fully explain. They learned how ice behaved, how pressure could destroy a ship, how quickly weather could change, how difficult it was to travel over frozen ground, how powerful the Southern Ocean could become, and perhaps most importantly, they learned how people behave when normal life disappears. That last discovery may be the most valuable. Because the expedition became a study of human character, some people became natural leaders, some became problem solvers, some became sources of humor, some became especially dependable, some struggled. But together they created a functioning community. The Antarctic forced them to reveal themselves. There was no easy way to hide behind appearances. Everyone's behavior mattered. Everyone's strengths became visible. Everyone's weaknesses could affect others. That is what extreme environments often do. They remove distractions. They show what people actually do when circumstances become difficult. The Endurance crew demonstrated remarkable cooperation. That does not mean they were perfect. It means that the larger purpose remained stronger than individual frustration. They understood that survival required teamwork. A person could not simply decide to live independently. The group was connected. One man's success could help another. One man's mistake could hurt everyone. That awareness created responsibility, and responsibility created trust. Trust became one of the invisible structures holding the expedition together. The ship had once been a physical structure protecting them from the ocean. After the ship disappeared, the group itself became a kind of shelter. They protected one another. They shared information. They shared work. They shared danger. They shared hope. In that sense, the real endurance of the expedition was not the wooden ship. It was the human connection between the men. That connection survived even when everything else changed. It survived the loss of the ship. It survived the long months on the ice. It survived the separation between South Georgia and Elephant Island. It survived failed rescue attempts. And finally, it brought everyone together again. This is why the rescue feels so satisfying when the story is told from beginning to end. The expedition began with a group of people. The crisis separated them physically, but it never completely separated them emotionally. Those on Elephant Island remained connected to those who had left. They trusted that Shackleton would return. Shackleton trusted that the men would remain ready. Worsley trusted his calculations. The crew trusted their leaders. The leaders trusted the crew. That chain of trust stretched across the ocean. Eventually, it led back to Elephant Island. And when the rescue ship appeared, the circle closed. The men who had once boarded the Endurance together were finally reunited. Not aboard the ship they had planned to use, not in the place they had expected, but alive. That distinction is the heart of the story. The expedition did not finish according to the original plan. It finished according to the most important priority. Everyone came home. The achievement was therefore not measured in miles crossed or geographical discoveries. It was measured in people. 28 men entered the expedition. 28 survived. That number tells the story more clearly than any map. And perhaps this is why Shackleton's expedition continues to speak to modern audiences. It does not promise that every plan will work. It does not promise that preparation will prevent disaster. It does not promise that the future will be predictable. Instead, it offers something more realistic. When circumstances change, people can change with them. When a path disappears, another path may exist. When certainty disappears, discipline can remain. When fear appears, cooperation can remain. When hope becomes difficult, small actions can keep it alive. The men of the Endurance did not need to know the entire future. They only needed to make the next decision. That is perhaps the simplest lesson to carry away from their journey. Do not demand certainty before taking the next step. The Antarctic never gave the men certainty. It gave them problems. They answered with decisions, one after another. Until the problems became memories. The ice became a story. The ship became a wreck. The boats became artifacts of history. The men became names in books. And the journey became legend. Yet the Antarctic itself remained. The continent did not change because of the expedition. It continued its ancient rhythm. Snow fell. Ice moved. Winds crossed the empty spaces. Penguins gathered along the coast. Seals rested on the ice. Whales moved through the southern ocean. Mountains stood beneath enormous skis. The wilderness continued. It did not celebrate the men's survival. It did not mourn the ship. It simply remained. That is perhaps what makes the story so humbling. The men mattered enormously to one another. But to the Antarctic, they were temporary visitors. Their footprints disappeared. Their camps disappeared. Their ship disappeared beneath the sea. Only the memory remained. And memory is powerful. It allows people who were never there to imagine the experience. It allows us, more than a century later, to picture the Endurance trapped in ice. We can imagine the men standing on the frozen surface. We can imagine the sound of the wind. We can imagine the small tents beneath the enormous sky. We can imagine the boats waiting on the ice. We can imagine the James Caird disappearing toward the horizon. We can imagine the men on Elephant Island watching and waiting. And finally, we can imagine a ship appearing, a small shape, then larger, then unmistakable rescue, home, the end. The story becomes quiet at that point. There is no need for another great struggle. The men have survived. The Antarctic has released them. The journey has reached its natural conclusion, and the name Endurance remains, a name chosen before anyone knew what the expedition would become, a name that seemed ordinary at the beginning. But after everything that happened, it became almost perfect, because endurance was not about being stronger than the ice. It was about continuing when the ice was stronger. It was not about defeating the ocean. It was about crossing it. It was not about controlling the future. It was about being ready for it. It was not about never feeling fear. It was about acting despite fear. And it was not about reaching the destination exactly as planned. It was about finding another way home. That is the quiet legacy of Ernest Shackleton and the men of the Endurance. They entered Antarctica searching for a historic achievement. They left behind something even more enduring. A record of patience, a record of teamwork, a record of adaptation, a record of leadership, and above all, a record of human endurance. So imagine the final scene one more time. Far from the noise of cities, the Antarctic night settles across the ice. The wind moves gently over the snow. The ocean stretches into darkness. Somewhere beneath the cold water, the Endurance rests in silence. Above the surface, stars appear in the southern sky. The men are long gone. Their tents are gone. Their footprints are gone. But their story remains. It has traveled farther than the expedition ever could, across oceans, across generations, into books, into photographs, into history. And perhaps the story is most powerful when told quietly, because endurance does not always make a loud sound. Sometimes it is only the sound of boots moving across snow, the quiet pull of a rope, the soft movement of a boat through dark water, the turning of a page in a journal, the breath of a tired man inside a cold tent. And then morning, another chance, another step, until eventually there is no more ice beneath your feet. There is solid ground, there is warmth, there is home, and the long journey is finished.